From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from the beautiful and prosperous Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, good evening. It's time for another round table coming special to all of you out there in celebration of our wonderful month of October and of course, my favorite holiday and your favorite holiday, Halloween, also known as Halloween, also known as All Hallows Eve, the holiday of the witch's delight. Oh, yes, it is Halloween time, and we are ready to rock with a special surprise episode of End of Days Radio. A special surprise Halloween excuse me, Halloween episode, especially for you. As you know, today's date for you guys listening to the live stream where the shows just keep playing over and over again. It's October 8th, 2022 in the year of our Lord. Sorry, I'm so those that are watching the YouTube show, I apologize for being so darn sweaty. It's a rather humid October this year. But as you can see, I decorated. I've got my usual alien head, but if you peek behind him, you'll see a pumpkin hidden back there because it is Halloween after all. And on these roundtable shows, the rules are that there are no rules. You can expect the unexpected because anybody could show up, anybody could pop in. We might have all kinds of hilarious arguments to start up, or we might have some nice deep discussions. Oh, shout out to Andy Cruz from Pod Trash. Check out that show over there. We also have Sage in the house. What's up, Sage? And Nate, all joining us in the chat. It is good to see you guys. As you know, if you are in the chat, the YouTube chat, I mean, you can go to the top of the chat and you should see a pinned message, and that'll actually tell you, or it'll give you a link that you can click and you can join the show. You can actually come on the show. Like you can actually join us live as a cast member on End of Days Radio. And on these roundtable shows, anybody could pop in. What's even cooler is they can use their cell phone. So it doesn't matter what level of technology you're at. If you're one of these smartphone people or you're an old-fashioned PC nerd gamer from the 90s, you'll still be able to use this wonderful app that we are using. So to kick things off, a little bit more housekeeping. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't forget to visit endofdaysradio.com, where you can see all things End of Days Radio, including an updated calendar of guests that will be joining us live on this show. You can also donate there. I do appreciate all of your donations. As you know, this show is it's like PBS, right? It's public broadcasting. So it's just an ongoing marathon. I'm always asking for donations. Anything that you'd like to contribute, I thank you very much. You know, if it just buys me a cup of coffee, hey, that's one cup of coffee I would not have of the pumpkin spice on a cold October morning that I would not have otherwise. So I thank you so much for your donations. And to everybody that's donated in the past, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Discord, don't forget to join our Discord. All you have to do is go to the website, click the link to join the chat or join the Discord, and jump in on the action there. And of course, stay tuned. This is normally when I tell everybody to stay tuned after the guest, but what am I saying? This is the Roundtable Show. Shh. This is the Roundtable Show. So anything can happen, and we're just going to keep roundtabling. I'm not going to stop the process. Sage says, I won't be joining tonight. I'll just be watching. And let's take this moment to go ahead and point out that that's okay. It's okay. If you want to watch and you don't want to jump in, that's okay too. But let's go ahead and kick things off and see who's with us tonight.
I'm just getting ready to go on the show with Daniel.
Oh, you're on the show, Daniel.
I'm on the show with Daniel. What's going on, Daniel?
Not much. I wanted to welcome you to the annual, first time ever, however,
Yeah.
and today's radio Halloween Roundtable show
There
brought
you
to
go.
you by the Daniel Corporation in
Yep.
conjunction with the Todd Inc. We're bringing this to you live. He's got
I
his
love that.
Budweiser, his pumpkin.
I love that.
We
Yeah,
also
but brought the pumpkin.
have Grub. Let's see.
G'day,
Grub.
boys.
There he is.
You guys are in the past, mate. It's the 9th.
We got a voice.
What are you
Voice
talking
is
about?
good. I'll move my pumpkin over to the other side.
Oh, that's a nice pumpkin.
Looks better.
Are they edible?
Sure.
Yeah.
Pumpkin pie. You
They
can
don't,
see.
they don't, they don't taste
Oh, yeah,
different
oh,
to
Eat that,
Like,
motherfucker.
other
No,
pumpkins?
this is just a carving pumpkin. It has a warning label attached to it. I don't know if you can see that. It says, "Do not eat, just carve it."
Yeah,
specific-
okay, yeah.
You guys ready to roundtable?
I'm so ready.
Yeah, brother.
So, Grub, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? We actually met on another program. We met on the General Lee Roundtable.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good time.
And you're
Well,
joining us from where?
West Sydney. Or northwest Sydney, Australia. So at the moment we got some floods again. I think last time
So
we
you-
talked with some
So you
floods.
come from the land down under.
That's right. Very down under.
Oh,
It's
right on.
very different here. Very different.
Although to him, we're the ones that are down under.
We're up. We're down below.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I've been
Now that
playing
we've
with
established
some,
where we are in time and space.
yeah, I was playing with some magnets the other day, and I've got some of these spherical magnets, and you put it on the table, and you find like your North Pole and your South Pole, and you mark it, and then you let it on any decently flat surface, and it'll actually roll and give you a 3-dimensional compass setting. So it'll show you the actual direction of the north exiting the Earth, the actual Earth. So it should be pointing kind of a maybe 60 to 30 degree arc, pointing north. And that way you can you actually get a 3-dimensional compass setting instead of just the 2-dimensional on your compass, you know?
I love that.
It's that fucking blew my mind.
Have you ever seen these magnetic anomalies? Like a compass starts going nuts. Have you ever seen any of those spots?
I'd love
where
to
a
see it,
compass
eh?
starts-
I've seen it on stone, so you can bring a compass near different kinds of stones, and it might do that. But no, I've heard of sites where it does. Yeah, it'll get you lost, and it's interesting why a magnetic field might actually be being diverted.
Yeah, it might. It has anomalies in it or whatever. The track, the energetic track is being disturbed by something.
I mean, the most anti-magnet material that we know of is bismuth, and bismuth will actually deflect a magnetic field. So whether there's some kind of mineral like that's in there, I think bismuth is actually depleted Neptunium.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
I think it's something like that. So lead's I think plutonium or something. Once it loses its half-life, it becomes lead.
Huh. You know, you hear all these discussions about alternative energy and how, boy, wouldn't it be nice if we could find energy cells. And magnets are one of those things that could probably be used to create free energy. If you figured out how to use them, you could probably make them fucking do whatever to produce energy. A long time ago, I came across the tides come in, the tides go. That's a natural form. That's a natural system. Why don't we put giant paddles in the ocean so when the tides come in, they fucking turn, and when they go out, they turn, and then everybody's getting electricity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they've got them in the Thames to actually power the where the royal family, what is it, Buckingham Palace, is actually ran by big turbines that they're
Go
like
with the
they go with the Thames, with the
Huh.
flow of the Thames. So
No
it actually
figures.
has its own power source. Yeah.
I hear Israel uses desalinization plants to bring water out of a salty sea and make it drinkable. Why aren't we doing that here? In the United States and anywhere where you
Yeah, we've
could
got
do
that
it.
here. We I think back in the early 2000s, Australia pioneered also with that technology, the desalination, and
Yeah.
we set it up, and it exuberant amounts of energy, but you end up with tons and tons of salt and a lot of salt pits and lakes and shit that you actually
Have to
the
get
excess
rid of.
salt. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. So
Well, I live in
it's a
Salt
bit
Lake.
iffy, but I mean, for an
I live
emergency,
in
it's
Salt Lake, which is the largest salty lake on the planet, and so a lot of salt comes from Utah, and and it's at the lowest level it's ever been. It's the creepiest thing you've seen, going out to this gigantic lake, and the salt as it's receding, as the water's receding, is
We
leaving
should
all
all go
these
camping out there sometime.
weird shit in the water. But no, just on my point on the desalinization plants and all this alternative forms of energy is they could the alternative energy sources, they just won't allow them to be functioning for people. It's not part of the game plan for whoever runs the world.
Yeah,
it's
they have to charge for it.
yeah. I've been down this crazy rabbit hole recently with electricity, and I found that electricity itself is not generated. There is no transmutation of water into electricity, or there's no transmutation of nuclear into energy, or any of this. Apparently, the conditions for electricity to be manifested has just got to do with geometry of, like you're saying, magnetic fields and then spinning copper.
Mm-hmm.
So what they figured out was the right hand rule. So the right hand rule, if you get your right hand and you put your thumb, index finger, and root finger out, it gives you the X, Y, Z axis. But if you then rotate that and point the root finger towards your chest, you have the index finger representing the south to north pole flow of magnetism. Then you have the thumb pointing in the direction of force, which means the copper is moving. And then it's actually moving up towards the thumb. And the direction of the root finger is the direction of flow of energy. So if you get two copper plates and you put a current through it to create a magnetic field or flux between those plates, and then you get a loop of wire and put it into there and then rotate that, you will create the conditions for electricity to manifest itself and then flow through that copper. So that's what we know as Tesla's AC generator, but it doesn't generate electricity. It actually manifests electricity.
The story I heard, and hopefully I'm somewhere on track, is Tesla wanted to build a box that you bought and put in your backyard, and it would generate enough electricity for your house. So you just bought one box. But Edison wanted to sell electricity. So he was against just giving people an energy source in their backyard. But Tesla said the energy just comes out of the atmosphere, out of the air. It could be just sucked into a box system, and you could just provide a whole house energy with one box in your backyard.
Ayla, she says, "Hi Nate, can I play with your hair?"
For sure, for sure.
What's going on, Nate?
G'day.
What's up? What's up?
Where are you calling from, Nate?
Cali, Central Cali.
How is the weather?
It's nice.
Right on.
It's chill. It's good riding weather. I ride electric skateboards a lot, so I'm actually I found the energy conversation interesting because I'm studying electronics in school as well, so but I'm still just kind of just in the learning phase. So but do you guys know about Parker, or his name is P-Man on Instagram? He's like 17 and he does a lot of energy experiments.
I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, he does like stuff like what dude was just talking about, like harvesting energy from the earth, wrapping coils around poles, and he I don't know, he does all this crazy stuff. It's really cool. I'll see if I can look up his name and drop it in the chat somewhere.
It brings to mind the stuff from the like the idea that there was a Tartarian Empire or something. All these old buildings used to have giant things attached to the top of them that look like energy converters that they took down. Now, have you seen those videos of all these weird antenna looking on the top of
That's some trippy
cathedrals and shit?
Well, basically, because they didn't want people to continue to be able to harvest free energy. Just like I was saying, that dude Parker that I was just talking about, this kid is 17. He's like a freaking genius, and he's giving information to people that they don't want out there. You know what I mean? Because he's teaching people how to harvest free energy. So his channel's been shut down several times, and he keeps reopening it and trying to connect, or posting under other people's stuff because they just keep trying to shut him down.
Over the years,
so much in history,
over the years that I've been looking into free energy, everybody that ever came close to something's just it's all banned.
The one thing I found recently that's the I think is one of the whole keys to the whole thing is that, like I was saying before, we're not actually generating or transmuting one thing into another. So the copper wires do not eventually disintegrate from the flow of electrons through it because there is no electron. The person who invented the volt, I think it's the volt, and then I think it was Watts, one of these electrical geniuses. His description in the description of a volt or one electron was actually the rate of inductance of a certain material. And so he was describing. He's actually talking about the ether. So it's the rate of induction upon the ether through whichever medium that you're using.
Yeah.
And so
they don't use the word ether anymore. They used to use the word ether all the time.
Yeah, it's like saying Satan in a church,
Totally. Totally.
Yeah, ether is the stuff. It's like if you look at the flat Earth map, there's ether pushing up on the sides and keeping all the satellites.
That's a crazy description because I mean, theoretically, I was watching one guy do this experiment with a Tesla bifilar coil. Bifilar coil is it's called a pancake bifilar coil. They're really interesting things, right? They reduce the magnetic flux, and magnetism is what causes the resistance in material. So by removing the magnetic, and you just allow the dielectric to flow. The dielectric is what you could call electrostatic. So for instance, a Van de Graaff is just a rubber belt on nylon pulleys, and yet that's able to accumulate electrons because of this flow, and then you can get 60,000 volt electric volts coming out of the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. With hardly any input.
That's right, but it's so confusing, eh? From what
when
I
they did
found
the,
out, right,
Philadelphia
is
experiment, they used a lot of electricity with the big giant Tesla coils.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boy, they were experimenting with anything these sick motherfuckers could think of. They've been experimenting and testing out. Let's all keep that in mind as we go on throughout our lives.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
whoever's running this place has been experimenting on the sickest stuff they could do. So,
Well,
do
we're
you
the
think
guinea
those
pigs.
guys would have your back? Do you think those guys care about you
No,
when they're running there, when they're killing dogs or puppies or whatever, putting sand flies on things?
yeah, they're doing
Do you
next level
think they
shit.
care about
They're
you?
they're doing all that field stuff, like fields, which we don't see them. It's almost you could call the fields that we all occupy the even the magnetic fields that we were talking about before around the Earth. These things are flowing through us.
Yeah.
Like they are constantly going through us. They're changing our
They've
thoughts.
been
They pass through
they've
our
been
minds.
mapping, they've been mapping electromagnetic energy lines since the 50s. There's a place where you can go and see exactly where every magnetic field flows. They
That's
map it
it's
continuously.
incredible. Apparently, the people that make magnets today, they don't even know what they're actually
Yeah,
doing to create a magnet.
that's kind of like
totally.
But this
a ley line.
ley lines,
Hmm.
yeah. I mean, like I said, you can get a spherical magnet and throw it on, and you'll find the projection of that magnetic field. But if for some reason you put megalithic stones in the path, does that actually warp that field to go through that stone somehow, or does it warp it around it to create a void within the magnetic fields?
That makes me think of the black cube of Mecca. You know, they're all walking
Yeah,
in that big cube.
I'd
Maybe
like to walk up to that black cube in Mecca and test it with one of those ghost hunter devices and see if it just goes nuts.
Well, apparently
EMF
underneath
coming
that
off
is
that
actually there's a
motherfucker.
meteorite. There's a meteorite behind
Yeah,
that shroud.
no, that the stone itself was a meteorite that Muhammad discovered, supposedly, in Muhammad's day. The rock. That's why they call
Yeah,
it the Dome
yeah.
of the Rock. He's got it's an asteroid. It's a fucking thing that came from space.
And then they all walk around it like the rings of Saturn.
Well, that rings of Saturn shit. Tell me that ain't happening.
or the black goo, like Venom,
Yeah.
the alien rock starts like jumping on people and possessing them.
When
Are
1
you talking about
million
like that
people,
dark matter stuff?
Kinda,
oh
it's
yeah,
black
it kind of
goo.
blends into
What's it
that.
called? Max Spires or Spears. People get pissed when I pronounce his name wrong. Max Spears, I think.
Do you remember the story about Max Spears, Nate?
I'm not sure. I think I've seen
He
Oh.
was
videos of what you're talking about,
he was
though.
a conspiracy theorist that started getting crazy at the end. The last few things he was saying was they were coming to get me. And he was talking about how he was a mind controlled super soldier. They conditioned him so that they could kill him and bring him back to life. And they killed him like 2 or 3 times and brought him back. He would wake up. Do you remember this story, Daniel?
Yeah, that's
They said they would kill him and then wake him up with some shit.
yeah, they finally killed him once and for all, and that black goo was coming out of his mouth. And then they
Witnesses said that black goo was just pouring out of his mouth and his nose, and oof.
yeah,
Well, I found out recently if your heart is actually a toroid, so it actually almost creates a tornado effect in your blood.
oh,
So
Yeah.
it'll have a centrifugal force, but it'll have centripetal force as well. So
Yeah.
with that vortexing, your blood becomes denser in that center of that tornado. So
Yeah.
I wonder if you can actually make your blood so dense like that it does actually create that black goo. You can actually
Clots, blood clots
create
everywhere.
more blood. Yeah. You can't. You
It's
kind
going
of
slower.
start
It's
duplicating your blood or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's so trippy when you get down to stuff like that. Like when you think of our bodies being kind of this generator, and the whole Frankenstein thing where he uses electricity to bring the corpse back to life. Is that the secret ingredient in giving life? Electricity?
Dire
Well,
electricity.
you know, science says that there was a bunch of goo that puddled billions of years ago, and then electricity hit it and brought the goo to life. I don't know if I believe that as much as I think life's everywhere. Life is in every freaking thing you're looking at. You don't realize it's alive. That's
It's
my
like they're
view.
all aerials. They're all aerials. Like we're all radios, and there's a signal being transmitted. But even though the aerial might become disconnected from the radio, the broadcast is still being broadcast. So the body
Yeah.
might die, but
Yeah.
we're all going upright, like away from the earth. So we're almost
What would be
like trees and everything growing away is actually trying to, it's like being rejected from the earth. So if the earth's neutral, it's all positive. So our growth, you see plants, trees, grass, everything grows upwards away from the earth in a fashion.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
kind of
that's
Totally.
resisted away
Yeah.
from the earth.
totally?
it's a field. It's like a big freaking field, and we're all caught up in like
We're
fire,
all caught. We're all in it. We're all one.
but really it's
That's
just like a
Take
magnet.
mushrooms or ayahuasca or something that fucking opens your mind to the fact that we're all connected on occasion. I don't know if any of you guys have experienced that, the oneness.
Yeah, that happened. That happened to me on DMT for sure. Like I just took a .3 and I just hit that shit, and I was gone. Left my body. Left all my memories of everything. As my bond disappeared, my whole life of like I didn't know what I was or why I was there or what was.
Lost
But you
your sense
still
of self.
knew. The crazy thing is you still knew that you were you.
Well,
There was some part of you that was having the experience, which is still confounding because it means that even though it was completely disintegrated, somehow your presence knew it was itself,
Well, I
looking
remember
out
the
on everything
experience.
else. Like
I remember the experience, but at the time of the experience, my memory of myself was wiped. So I was like, it was like I left my body and I was, communicating with some entity, and it was basically just It was like a female, and it was basically just breaking it down to me that like we're all connected, like we're basically just one big organic computer, and we're all transferring data through each other and like etc. So
And
it
it's all good
made
too.
it that
It's all
simple.
good. That was one of the
Yeah,
parts
yeah,
I got. It's all good, no matter
yep,
how bad you think it is. It's
yeah,
all good. It would trip. Fuck, that part blew my mind.
yeah. Like all this like society stuff and all this pressure. Like you don't have like. I definitely got that feeling of like like what you're doing, like trust in your heart and stuff like that, and like what
Yeah.
you're doing is right. You know what I mean? Like as long as you live like a righteous, like good life, and you look out for
You're
others.
doing the best you can. Yeah, you're doing the best you can. Being the
Yep,
best you can be. No
yep,
doubt. No doubt. The older you get, the more you realize do the best you can. Be the best
yep.
person you can be, because not because I believe I'm going to go to hell if I'm not a great person, but more you want to leave behind good stuff,
Your
behind good memories. You want to let the people that you love know that you love them and you're decent, you're you're a good person. You know what I
Otherwise,
mean?
you have to come back. You got to leave in peace. Otherwise, you're just going to come back again.
I believe in reincarnation,
Makes
but I
sense.
believe it's you come back as many things. You could come back as anything. I mean, many lives, different people, different. You wouldn't even recognize yourself. After you die, you're not going to take the image of how you think of yourself now. Why would you? You'd take the image that was the best you were or whatever,
yeah,
and that would just be distilled into a fucking liquor.
I've heard of this idea that it's our consciousness or self awareness itself, which is actually the hologram. So everything else is like say if the universe is ether, or it's the dark waters of creation, and then within that ball of jelly, there's hard spots, the dense spots, and that's physical matter. The sun, the earth, our bodies, everything else. But within this triangle, there is a point of reflection upon oneself. So the conditions have to be right for the consciousness to manifest. So
Totally.
our consciousness isn't necessarily our mind, which isn't necessarily our soul.
I heard an interesting thought yesterday when I was just browsing social media. Like a lot of these people, they feel like we're trapped inside a matrix or some kind of simulated reality. That it kind of goes back to the whole Gnosticism thing where there's a demiurge and the world is inherently evil. But this person said that we're actually on the astral plane and we live on the astral plane and our lives play out on the astral plane and we just don't really realize it.
Yeah. I have my own personal experience where I left my body once. I have my own personal documentation. Um, I was in love with a girl, which is powerful pheromones, right? When I was young, and I swear I left my body and I could see myself rising up out of my body, coming out of bed. And I went to that girl's house immediately and gave her a kiss in the middle of the night. I told you that story, Daniel. And the minute I kissed her, her eyes opened in my astral fucking dream or whatever.
That's all
And the
you
minute
did, right? You just kissed her.
just kissed her,
You
just
didn't try to go to second base.
fucking eyes went whoa, and then she looked like she saw a ghost.
Oh, really?
And the minute that she reacted shocked. My astral body, if you want to call it that, was flung right back to where I was sleeping and then sunk down into myself. And I opened my eyes a second later and went, wow, that was so fucking real. And then Monday morning, that girl broke up with me. We were going out. And I thought, there's proof. There's proof.
She's like, this guy's a wizard. I'm gonna get the whole.
This guy's fucking freaking me out, man.
He's got extra abilities. He's one of the.
I was a young teenager, so take that story for what it's worth. But I kind of I feel like I'm not insane. If I sense something, and I wouldn't tell you it was.
No, it shows it like it literally shows that it's the consciousness itself which is the matrix. So it's almost as if, because everything is interconnected, like we're talking about before, and if we're all interconnected through the baseline of the ether, then your consciousness can literally just like ride through these strands like spider webs and run along the webs and reappear somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that's just, I mean, just as much as you could be totally tripped out and still realize that you are you. There is a part of you that understands that whether it's your spiritual self-identification or your physical self-identification, once it gets scattered within a trip, there's still a part of you that recognizes that you are having that experience. So it's almost quite literally, you can still separate. Yeah. There's that part of your mind that still holds it together, and can go anywhere it wants.
Yeah, anybody that goes and uses hallucinogens, please start out knowing that you are in control of your own body, so that you don't get crazed. You don't go mad.
If you think you can fly,
fly,
jump from the ground, because birds can fly and they don't jump off things.
Yeah, don't go.
So if you think you can fly, you should be able to jump from the ground, exactly. Right?
I would add, this is a very, very important thing that I would like to add. I would start with a low dose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because you could always go higher and like.
Let your body get used to the effects from a lower dose rather than going overboard.
That's not the route I went. You know what I mean? Like I started out, when I was younger and did high doses, but I don't really mess with that stuff anymore. And
I hear you.
If so, it will be like a very 1/100th of like a tab. You know what I mean? Like that small, just to give me that little energy boost and stuff like that.
Well, Nate, you're probably aware that they're starting to treat PTSD with mushrooms and ketamine. Yeah. Now they got clinics everywhere where they're admitting that it has positive beneficial effects. See, they had to get in front of it so they could make some money. Now they're going to tell you that this has positive effects.
Well,
that's how they are.
They realized that everybody, like the general population, started to become aware of that. because I myself have experienced therapeutic. It helped me conquer
Oh
my
yeah,
addiction, you know what I mean, with other things,
totally,
with opiates and
totally.
stuff like that. So it really helped me through that battle. So yeah,
Oh
I could
yeah.
definitely see the benefits of it, but when used properly, that's the whole thing, you know. It
That's
is
why they've
important
kept
that people
it
do their
secret so
research.
long. That's why they kept it secret so long and
Yeah.
sat on top of it, because they're selling it and they're destroying people. They're destroying anybody that tries to go use it,
They
because
want to
that's the
destroy the race
racket.
too. They want to destroy what little bit of, that culture.
Humanity's left between us. Yeah.
Well, it's funny now. Caps, like, if you get caught, if you get pulled over and you have them, I think it's like, as long as they're not in a bag or something like that, you can have like up to like an ounce. It depends on the state, but like they're getting decriminalized in a lot of states now, so that's pretty
Totally.
cool. But
And you know why?
L is
Because
still
they
like
got in front
Schedule
of
Yeah,
it.
but
A.
Now
it's
that
also
they
all
started
now
selling
being
it to you.
controlled by the pharmaceutical companies. So if we're getting
Yeah,
all
that's
these
why.
GM versions of it, is a bit.
That's
It's.
that's why it's
I
being
mean, like
introduced now.
even weed, you can actually just get the plants and breed them like dogs, But
Mhm.
rather
Yeah,
than
that's my
having to fuck
favorite thing
around with the
about it.
genetics, yeah, you don't have to GM it. You
Create
can just
hybrid.
like breed it.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
Dark Brandon just legalized marijuana. Said that the federal government's been wrong all these years, throwing people in prison for marijuana possession. So let's give that to the Democrats, everyone. Dark
Yeah,
Brandon
but
just
no
legalized
one.
marijuana.
There was no one in jail apparently though. That actually on those charges on a federal level. So no one actually got released, but I think some people's histories were wiped.
I read there
But
was 6,500 people that they did in prison because they had marijuana, and they didn't list how much or what they were doing.
I think
But
that
they
was over
released
the
60
last 20 years or something. People with
fucking
records, I think
30
it was.
years they've been attacking drugs in the United States. That's what
Yeah,
they do here. They peddle the drugs and then they put you in prison, and then all the
yeah, that's
money
true.
goes to
That's
the
true.
giant
Yeah,
prison
yeah.
system here. And then it wrecks futures. Who knows how many futures have been wrecked, how many souls, patterns of life they could have lived,
Now there's some
destroyed
entities
by
for
these
you.
assholes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ever
Government
that's
since
not
you
the
entities
read
and
smartphones.
corporate entities.
Emperor Wears No Clothes by Jack Hare, that really explains why it was
I
over.
had that book. I had that book.
That book really changed my life. And I've had the strain Jack Hare as well, and it's very intense. I was hearing voices off of that stuff.
What?
I was hearing Jesse Ventura's voice talking to me. I don't know if that was a fucking demon.
After you were listening
What?
to what?
I was smoking some of that Jack
You're
Hare.
smoking
It was named
Jack
after
hair.
Jack Hare, the guy that
Oh yeah,
Emperor Wears
Jack,
No Clothes.
yeah. We've seen
I
some of
never
that
heard of
here.
that.
Yeah, Jack
Like,
Hare. Yeah,
wait, like THC, like weed, or
like
Yeah,
weed. Yeah,
it
yeah.
was like a strong sativa, and it just
oh
Were you
made me.
like doing it in dabs or you're smoking it in a pipe?
I was just smoking. I think I might have been using a can. It was just some strong shit.
Smoking off a
wow.
can? God damn.
I have had experiences like when I didn't smoke for like a year, smoked a blunt, and I was walking down the street and I'm like, man, all this, like, I was looking at all the litter on the side of the road, and I'm like, dude, I need to go back to my house and get a garbage bag, pick up all this trash. Like, I just had this like sensation, like, to do good, and I got to my backyard and I just started petting my dog. I sat there and I pet my dog for like an hour because I'm sitting there thinking like, oh man, poor Gus, he never gets any attention. Like, I just was like, I was tripping off that blunt, man.
Suddenly you were aware of your your inattention, you unattention
Yeah,
that you've not been
yeah,
paying. I get those things. Pet my dog all the time. I love my dogs, Got
yeah.
two of them. But boy, it's healthy for you to just sit, put your dog in your arm and just pet him. That's fucking good for you and him.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
loves it. It makes your mind feel better that you're treating something. You're treating something with care. You're actually taking care of something.
Currently, I have a bearded dragon. That's become my. I've gotten really into. Now I'm looking into more reptiles and stuff.
Bearded dragon. What?
Oh, really?
Australian?
Yeah. They actually,
Yeah.
it was
I used to chase them down here at the river when I was a kid.
I know,
Eastern
I'm so
bearded dragons.
jealous. I'm so jealous because, like, in Australia, they just run wild, man. They actually banned the export.
Big ones.
I think
Yeah.
like 1996.
Was it a
Or
male?
Really?
like, Yeah, like so basically like the gene pool here in America and in the UK is like their lifespans have gotten shorter and shorter over the years since the
Right.
export has gotten banned. Because like it's all the same. They're all getting
did
breeded
his
off
belly
the
go
same.
bright red
Huh? No, it's
when
not
he
bright
goes?
red. I'll show it to
No,
you.
sometimes when they
Oh,
go in
he's gonna
season,
go get it.
their chest, all their chest goes bright red, and then he goes away during the off season. But you know, when they're on the game, their whole
Oh
chest.
yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go. Wow.
That, my friends, is what a
Wow.
reptilian looks like.
He looks a bit
That's
lazy.
good.
The ones that we have here, they're water dragons. They
Kinda
run.
lazy.
They literally
The
run
ones
in
in
water.
Australia are running, yeah, like
They
50
use their
miles an
tail.
hour.
Their tail flips in the water to guide them, and their back legs are pedaling, and the front half just sticks out of the water.
Wow.
They get up to about a meter.
So Grub,
Rarely a
you're
meter.
over,
But
Grub, you're over there in Australia. Do you get out to the back country, get into the Australian country? Do you go and climb your mountains or
yeah, we got.
deserts?
I live at the base of the Blue Mountains, which is part of the Great Dividing Range, which is fucking huge. It goes from one end of Australia to the other, right up the east coast, the East Mountain Range.
Big mountains, big forests?
Yeah, I think the tallest mountain, Mount Kosciuszko, is about 2, almost 3 kilometers. But most of the mountains outside of that area are sandstone rather than the granite or basalt. So
Australia is kind of weird because England took all their people they didn't want and made a penal colony down there. You know how we were told that
and you know
story?
what? Out of a crazy result out of that, right? Now, say this happened in the 1788. So they were bringing convicts out here to at least, the late 1800s. But during that period, now if you look at the DNA structure, you'll find that the highest concentration of Rh negative is in Australia.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
From about 13 to 18% or something. And it's just...
How many?
If that was about 13 to 18...
8%?
13 to 18%.
18%. Yeah.
And so it's a strain. It's, for me, that's a sign of the people that they were bringing here was for a reason. So eugenics.
They
seems
didn't
like eugenics was inside.
They were probably a pain in the ass, or they wanted to torture them. So Australia and the United States have a lot in common because we had to get rid of England too.
No, we still got the UK
England
here.
ran you guys.
No, we still got
England runs you guys, yeah. But that's how we started. We're like, we got to get rid of this fucking evil king here.
I'd say we're still owned by the UK to some degree, and probably some other countries as well.
Oh yeah.
From what I heard, it was the companies that was owned by the king that got to America. So he owned private companies that went to the Americas, and so the king's ownership and the English royal family ownership lost control, but his personal interests as a free man was still owned. Yeah. So I think that's why this is just hearsay, but this is the reason why you guys still have to pay tax or something. Is there a big uproar about some tax that you pay still
International bankers snuck that shit in. In the beginning of our country, we were against taxes
to fund the Federal Reserve and shit.
There's definitely a question of where all our tax dollars go to exactly, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
It was strange for us. I mean, Australia, the AUD is one of the world trading currencies. So if you don't want to use the USD, you can still use the AUD.
Let me tell you one thing.
We're actually an international currency. There's only 27 million of us.
One thing, Grub, that stands out about Australia. The deep state installed. They had a provision where we can't spy on our own citizens. Other countries can spy on our citizens and then can tell us what they're doing. And Australia is one of the 5 eyes.
That's right. Yeah.
We have to go all the way down there for you guys to sleep on us, and then bring that information back up here, so that our
they'll
government
have a
can
meeting
use
here.
that shit.
Yeah, they have a meeting
Jesus
here
Christ.
for it to. Yeah. It's a
So
scam. The whole thing's a. Yeah. I mean,
wow.
apparently the Aboriginal stories of Pine Gap, which is the area 51 of Australia kind of thing. It's actually owned by the US, or we leased it to the US.
Yeah.
That's where they perfected the drone technology they're using today for the military.
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That was all the remote control from there, and then flying around the
called
desert and
Pine
whatnot.
Gap?
And
Pine
Grub,
Gap, yeah.
Okay.
Grub, if we go
Makes
to war
sense.
against China, Australia's going to be our staging base. So
Oh no! Apparently, no. They'll just give away the whole top half of Australia, and then we'll pull back
just
to the
give
south
away
half.
half of Australia.
Yeah,
There you go.
apparently that's
It's
what the
easier.
Americans said to us to do. If the Japanese
Just
made
give
it
it
here,
to 'em.
they would
Just
just
give it.
give them the top half, and if they can make it through that, then they deserve the rest, because it's fucking. You don't want to fuck around, and like there was a few
From the descriptions
Japanese.
we have of Australians, I wouldn't want to be trying to fight Australia, because you guys sound like a bunch of rowdy assholes. Like really serious, hard to hold down. I don't know.
We go and hunt wild pigs with no shoes and a knife.
Yeah, you guys are nuts over there.
There's a lot of hardcore downhill skaters over there in Australia, man.
They're crazy. They're crazy.
Yeah.
You go out
Plus, you guys drinking
A lot
those
of freedom.
Foster
I mean,
lagers.
it's crazy. There's kind of a lot of freedom in ways, and it's strange. I know it's there's not many of us, so even local cities, the police kind of. I mean, now it's different, but back in the day, it was like
people just believe what he believes.
Oh yeah.
That's just being on the news full tilt, and everybody buys it. Gotcha,
bro. We're on an island out in the middle of fucking nowhere, yeah? Like,
yeah,
they tell us whatever the fuck they want.
You'll survive a nuclear war, though, which could happen any second. So you got that going for you.
Well, we've survived. I mean, even the Aboriginals have survived for a long time. We've the Aboriginals is at least 80,000 years, and they were sparse across all the way across Australia, and they all did have trading routes and communicate with each other. So they weren't isolated, but there was stories of, say, a bunch of tribes got together and settled in one particular area, but then when they did, devastation came and they were completely wiped out. And so luckily, other people kept their stories to be able to keep the stories continuing. So, that's why eventually they're like, you need to keep moving. You need to be nomadic. Own nothing, and then you lose nothing. So in a way, it was like when some of the Malaccan, I think they were after the sea cucumbers up north, up near Indonesia and everything. They'd come down to the waters of Queensland and Northern Territory and collect the sea cucumbers. And they'd come to the Australian mainland to actually cook them and boil them up and set them up and then trade them along. And there's carvings of those particular boats up there to show that there was, this was, 5 to 200 years ago. Before white man came, they already had iron and contact with some of these people up north. But they did not go farming. They're like, oh, we could teach you farming. We could teach you these things. And they're just sitting there with a stick, pulling shit out of the ground and eating it, going, why the fuck we want to do that? There's food everywhere, mate. You just couldn't know how to look for it,
Yeah, I was reading this thing, and it said that they found these fish hooks and stuff like that are like way, way older than we could possibly imagine. Like, if you imagine, like 40 million years ago, people had this advanced fishing technology. It makes you wonder what type of technology we actually had, like pre-flood, what it was like back then, back in the days.
Back to those magnetic anomalies. What could be catastrophically buried underneath these places from 40, 50, 60 million years ago, when may have been advanced races that
out some of those ruins. I want to be in one of these teams that's excavating the shit. I want to see these ancient buildings.
I think we overlook a lot of what's in our own hometowns because the more I'm aware of this stuff, the more I'm able to just walk by buildings that I think, hey, is that some kind of ancient Masonic this or that? Are there some kind of
God.
in this architecture?
The temple, the Mormon temple where I live, I started digging the ground out around the entire temple, and I went downtown and I saw the excavation project, and it was going down. The temple was going down 30 more feet below ground with doors and windows. You wouldn't build a building below ground and put windows in if you were going to fucking fill it with dirt, would you? And there's pictures on YouTube. People went and filmed it. They just renovated their temple that's 150 years old. Supposedly they built it 150 years ago, and it's insane how much granite and blocks and the carvings and the structure you're going. So when they were pioneers driving in wagons across the West, somehow they figured out how to get fucking blocks down from the mountain, perfectly carve them, and throw them up into a giant structure that's celebrated around the world in a short period of time.
In a way, that's like the perfect cover, because anytime they take one of these old buildings and turn it into like a Masonic hall, they just said, "Oh, we built that. We're Freemasons. We can build anything."
So that's very easy for us.
Yeah.
It's the World's Fair. They, for 6 months, put up gigantic structures that you could barely build in a month or, in 6 months, and then take it all down 3 months later, fucking like it never was here. You've seen those World's Fair videos and those films?
Yeah. They always have weird buildings and
huge though. Giant construction projects.
Yeah, and everything looks old. You look at them in the old videos. I mean, not videos really, but pictures. The buildings look old then. So it's like if they look like they're 100 years old then none of this stuff matches up because they must have been there when they should not have been there.
There's some technology they're hiding. They'll come out every once in a while and blow your mind, and then they go back and recede into the darkness.
Exactly.
They don't make nothing now that looks like castles, and all your houses could be a tank could just drive your house now, right?
Yeah, it seems like they abandoned that technology. I mean, if the same technology was and the same numbers are used within the pyramids and the temples in Egypt and these other places in India and whatnot, it seems like maybe that these numbers were actually from, say, Atlantis or one of these ancient civilizations that they got wiped out. But they're like, you need to keep these numbers. And then thousands of years later, it's like, we've got these numbers. For some reason, we need to keep it. We know we need to keep it. But today, we don't know where they are.
Yeah, at this level, we
1700s, 1800s.
Don't let people get past this level.
Yeah. We're finally either reusing it now, and so the actual technology that was in all these cathedrals, we're actually now, because of the internet and the flow of information, people are piecing this stuff together again.
Yeah.
So they're trying to distract us. Go no.
So now they got
that way.
They got to shake the snow globe really quick before everybody figures out what's going on.
Everybody fighting, afraid of viruses, famines.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, they need to make sure. And it's like, nah. And then for me, that's this understanding of, I think Nikola Tesla cracked it, but from what he was talking about with the ether and all this kind of stuff, it sounded like he was, especially if you're a religious person back in the day, you're going to be thinking that Tesla's smashing through the mirror that's between us and God, that keeps us the reflection. So it seems like the reflection is now actually messing with the reflection on the other side.
God.
That's right. I think they removed that, but I mean, in a way, it sounds like what he was doing, but in a way, it will, raise us to the limit of the gods.
One time I had a powerful experience. Grub, is that your name? Grub? or is that just your
Yeah.
handle?
Very, very old nickname.
All right,
Fancy
Grub.
handle.
One time I had an experience, a very where my life flashed before my eyes, and then I saw all the line of the future come up to that. And then I saw even beyond that at the end. It was the weirdest vision. And at the very end of this vision, I was looking through a keyhole. Whatever was coming out was so powerful, I couldn't look at it directly. It had to come through a tiny keyhole. There was everybody I ever knew sitting on a stage, and they said, "What took you so long?" And they were laughing and they were jovial. They weren't scared or horror. It wasn't like hell. And then I realized, boy, you're not supposed to look beyond the veil. That was as I could get beyond the veil.
Yeah. See, that's why I think it's this kind of technology seems to be very esoteric, very occultic, very religious. It's and I think people are afraid. I mean, think about it. There's a frequency between the Earth, the Sun, and the rotations and whatnot, right? And this particular group of numbers produces fresh water and life and consciousness. So if you were to get like the exact
the idea behind irrational numbers, like you see a lot of irrational numbers pop up in nature.
They've all got to be numbers directly related between the Earth and the Sun. That's where everything comes from. Within
the
solar
Fibonacci sequences like that or something.
Yeah, Fibonacci sequences. That's another one. Like there's these little mathematical proofs that you could point to if you're arguing
geometry in an object, and then you either magnetize that, or if you do something to it, or get into the radio frequencies, which simulate the idea of the sun and the earth and the positions and everything. You pretty much, I reckon, that in my opinion, that's where you're going to find consciousness, or you will find disembodied voices.
Well, what about that? What about that whole CERN thing that they did? Like where they were like tried to recreate like the Big Bang or something like that with those two like
conditions.
Big energy things.
Yeah, see, this is new stuff. Is anyone here heard of Ken Wheeler?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I've just been posting a lot of his stuff on the internet.
They just did it like I don't know, it was like a month or two ago, and like they also did it like 10 years before that, and apparently like people are like saying that after they did that, there's been like some connection to like that whole Mandela effect thing, and people are
reality changing.
That some things that I personally noticed myself was like hypnotic, like the drink Hypnotic. It was popular when I was a kid. It had a Y in it, and now it doesn't have a Y in it anymore. That was kind of weird. And Chick-fil-A, the spelling of it is not the way I remembered it personally, and there's a lot of people that relate to that also. But I don't know, it's just another one of those weird things.
Bears. The one that got me was the Bernstein Bears. I'd swear they were Bernstein. And it turned into Bernstein.
That's an old one.
That one got me. I'm like, fuck, I gotta find a book, and I found these books, and I'm like, it's not Bearstains, it's Bearsteins, not stains. Steams. But now it's stains.
Like when I was a kid, I did not remember anything about unicorns being in the Bible, but apparently they've been in there the whole time.
What the hell? I'm just hearing that one now.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a new Mandela effect thing or what.
Yeah, that's the King James Bible, the translation. I think it's got to do with a language thing.
Oh yeah, they're switching Bible passages.
The translations, English. See, this is another thing. You've got like why people still study ancient Greek and or classical Greek and things like this, because the language, the word logos needs a whole book in English to translate the word.
Wow.
So it's kind of especially some of the Indian words. It's just like Spirit de Sancte.
Totally. Totally.
Translate into English Spirit Sancta. You can even, the funny thing is with English, right? Is a lot of mechanical words like grease nipple and pulleys and gear systems and stuff like this still relate to the body because our translations have to relate to words that we know. So things like I'm trying to think. There's like if you look at a wine bottle, particular wine bottles, you think it looks feminine, or have like a particular vase or something has a feminine shape to it, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes the word might relate to the actual shape, if you know what I mean. That's where you can kind of get puns, and things like this. But
yeah, it makes you wonder about the story of the Tower of Babel, because supposedly all the languages were broken up to kind of like confuse people. It makes you wonder if in the past, if the leaders of the world or the gods or the people hidden away, they did something to our languages a long time ago to kind of hypnotize us.
There's actually a dark secret that they're hiding about the power. And
that's a very ancient idea too.
They're using language. They're using it. That's how the universe. You know how the Bible starts. In the beginning, God fucking spoke, and then there was a lightning flash. So words are so powerful, so important. Words. Out of Twitter. Matter is spirit inverted, or spirit is matter inverted. It's kind of those lines. Words are the in-between that connects us between those universes. Words connect the physical to the metaphysical. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, you can't use
Using
maths.
words.
You can't count the ether. You can't count fields and stuff. It has to be metaphysics. It has to be allegory.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
That's why a lot of people can't. It's like when you talk
They
about
can't get
magnets.
this. Yeah.
At the moment, the physics level at the moment that we have to try to explain a magnet, you can look up this anywhere, says that there is virtual particles, or in brackets, leprechauns and unicorns flying around a magnet. They call it virtual electrons or virtual particles, virtual photons, whatever they want to call it. It's a virtual. So they're still obsessed with the idea that the fact that there is a being that they can count. And not, for me, my understanding of a magnet now is the electrical alignment of all the molecules, all the atoms within that magnet are so aligned and so dense in their fashion. There's no quantitative change in a magnet once it's magnified. But after you magnify a magnet, it's so aligned, all the atoms are so aligned that it actually squeezes its atomic space, because all atoms are 99.99999% nothing, so they say. Right. That space is actually squeezed electrically outside of its physical properties. And that is what we experience as a magnetic field. So quite naturally,
it's the same process, Grub, that they use to make steel into something.
Yeah, I used to think that, man. Exactly right. You need to
get into a samurai sword.
Yeah. You need to align all
out every
the particles.
Tongue, until every last.
Yeah, water. You get me excited, man. I love that shit.
Water. Yeah. Well, water is also the same thing. Water wants to escape whatever it's in.
It
changes molecular structure depending on what it's contained in. That's why they're.
Have you heard of water restructuring using magnets?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's trippy though.
You run a water around the outside of a huge magnet, and the little water molecule should be H and then the two oxygens. It should create a triangle of 108 at the top and 36 and 36 degrees on the other sides. So after it's gone through your body and it's recycled water, so it's been connected to, your feces and whatnot, and then it goes through the recycling process and goes to all these other chemicals. And
so there's something
in your cup. All those triangles have been mashed. All fucking alignment. Yeah. So when you run it around the outside of it, because there's no magnetic flux in the center of a magnet. The actual magnetism is on the outside of the magnet, to the corners, or to the outside of its mass. So you got to run the water around the outside of that, and that will actually restructure those little triangles back to a proper triangle, proper isosceles triangle.
And when we're talking about water now in different forms, it also affects how it affects your body.
Exactly right.
Different types of water are fucking your blood, are fucking with your breathing, are fucking with all your system.
It's the antenna to life, you know. You need water to bring in that to receive our consciousness. So like if
like
it's
a
not
ground.
yeah, you actually like your consciousness is shaping that water. So if it goes in there and it's polarized and your body can't realign it, then how's your consciousness?
You're drinking bad water.
It'll be you're definitely going to be getting a different vibration, receiving a different vibration.
Here in the United States, they've been dumping fluoride in the water since the 1950s, which fucks with your pineal gland, they say.
Yeah, and also they say evil spirits cannot pass through water. Like if you're having problems with evil spirits, you can take a shower and that will help. Or you can jump over a river and they won't be able to follow you.
That's mad.
To get rid of that fluoride, you could have the reverse osmosis. You have the reverse osmosis thing for your. It takes out all that crap and it filters out all the other junk too. So you could have clean drinking water. That's what we have.
The reason they use it because they know it beats your brain. It beats down your brain's ability to see clearly. That's why they put the fluoride in. They experimented a long time ago. It's not to keep your teeth white.
Or it locks it in. It kind of locks in a way of a train of thought. You know, it locks in a modus operandi.
Yeah, calcifies your brain so your neurons are going calcified. They're not able to just expand.
And that's the same reason they drop the chemtrails with the aluminum and boron in them, because they're.
I don't know how your guys' skies are, but our skies here in Salt Lake today, they must have had 100 planes just spraying back and forth.
We don't. I don't see it here. I don't see it here. But if we go west and we go over the top of the Great Dividing Range into the plains where the farms are, you do find that grid. You start to see the grid happening from the plains going north to south, east, west. You know,
for some reason,
grids over the sky.
It is time to see this shit, and they have been just bombarding us. My nose is running earlier. I don't know if it's from that or just.
Well, I heard fluoride. I think fluoride and aluminum, it can change the gender, and I think silver can do it too. So it makes you wonder.
Yeah, they use silver on them. Colloidal silver, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Change your hormones.
They might be seriously altering people.
They use you can use that on cannabis to make it feminize or become male. One or the other.
Frogs, they can change their gender, or they were. It was just happening on their own, like Alex Jones was talking about.
Yeah, turn frogs gay.
Yeah, using fluoride and aluminum, and who knows what else, and turning frogs into opposite gender. And then
I went back and looked at. I went back and looked, and in the '60s there were movements that were trying to get the water. Back in the 60s, but they didn't succeed, obviously. So the fluoride thing didn't just start yesterday. It was been going on for 60 years. People protesting it.
Oh yeah, that's why I want to drink water out of a natural spring. That's the best right there. It's
Grub. Are you there, Grub?
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys do Halloween down in Australia? You guys dress up and shit?
When I was a kid, you would be looked at strangely if you came knocking on someone's front door with a costume on asking for trick or treat. But then one day when I was about 14, some kids came knocking down at our door, dressed up, looking for treats. We got fucking nothing.
Yeah.
But
That's
like
weird.
it was now it's suddenly it's caught on. A lot of people do it
Now
now.
all the
And
kids are
but
doing
is that today? Is that
Oh
actually
no,
today?
it's the end of the month. At
It's the end of the month, isn't it? Yeah. Now
Yeah.
from Randall Carlson, does anyone watch Randall Carlson?
It's
Cousin
turned
Raphael.
into a gigantic theater where women dress up in skimpy, sexy outfits, which
My
that's
favorite
probably
part.
the best part of that. That's probably the best part of that tradition.
For
Well,
sure.
apparently
all
they
of a sudden-
celebrate it all over the world. So it's that particular day is a recognized day around the world as the Day of the Dead or
Yeah.
Hallows
Yeah,
Day.
Mexico
So
gets
it's
crazy down there.
as well as the Irish. It's a day to recognize maybe a catastrophe that happened at this time of year, many moons ago.
It's the cycles of the seasons.
It's also the day that the Draconids
Period.
meteorite stream, or the Taurids, I think it is actually the Taurid meteor stream, which actually looks like it comes from the horns of Taurus, come and hit the Earth on that particular day. They look like they radiate from that particular spot.
I've also heard that on Halloween, the barrier between us and the nether realm is at its
Is
thinnest.
thinnest.
So we have to wear costumes to kind of like scare back to get the ghosts and goblins back into their
Or
realm.
to join them instead of
Yeah,
fighting
there is
them.
there is a gateway type of thing happening around that, around the idea of the celebration too, isn't it? You know about that, yeah.
It's obvious what it is. It's ancient practices. Man looked at the sky and seasons and developed rituals based around the life, death, rebirth that the earth goes through, the heating, cooling. So
Yeah, it has to. Yeah,
science.
yeah.
As we start to turn, as the world turns, gets cold. And our planet's turned, and then it's cold, and then we go through the cold, and then it turns back, and it's
And
the seasons,
that's why
life, death, rebirth.
that's why the old temples were aimed at like the sun or certain stars. Like you could look at
Days, yeah.
buildings in Egypt and see like Sirius A and B. There's a lot of astrological alignments happening, and it makes you wonder they're building these structures so long ago to align with the stars and the stuff happening in the sky. And then when you factor in all the magnetism and electricity we've been talking about tonight, you can kind of put the pieces together and figure out that they were doing some major things to.
You know what bumps me out? I would love to be on one of these archaeological digs in some fantastic discovery area or whatever. But we're not getting the truth. If they're uncovering some ancient fucking ruin that told you exactly what's going on in the world, they wouldn't let us know what it said. Do you know what I mean? They would hide it.
They're the ones
Well,
that covered it up.
Well, you know what? Something gave it away for me the other day about this stuff. They're scanning the pyramids to find if there's other voids or caverns within the Great Pyramid, using a thing called a muon detector. So a muon is a cosmic ray, which is probably the densest, finest, high capacitance light particle. It travels throughout the universe, and they don't know where they come from, but they
shoots through rock, through 10-inch.
That's
10
exactly
basically
right.
tell where there's space and stuff.
But think about it. It is high capacitance, high radiance energy that when it hits our atmosphere, it actually splits into two. And because the same amount of energy that's needed to create one is the same amount of energy needed to destroy one, and these particles cannot be by themselves. Once they hit our atmosphere, they separate, become individual, and then completely out of nowhere manifest another one of themselves to keep themselves balanced. And then they break apart again and then manifest a new one. So they actually multiply, right? And then they're scanning the pyramid. They're scanning the pyramid. Yeah, kind of. They're kind of. They're within. They are actually within a atom. So within the protons and
so
the mass
they
and
can
the
pick them up
nuclei.
and detect them, and they're tracking them, right?
Yeah. So these things, though, only enter the pyramid. They're the only energy that enters the pyramid, so to speak. And then you've got this hard granite reflective surface on the inside. If you've ever heard of an orgone accumulator, there's an idea that an orgone accumulator removes all the magnetic fields and electromagnetic fields from the room. You go inside this box and it's all isolated. The only thing that'll enter that has the strength to be able to get through are muons, cosmic rays. But within this box, you actually get healed. It's almost got the magnetic field of the moon or Mars.
Wasn't there a guy that
Wow.
was researching Orgonite really deeply and he was murdered?
Yeah, probably. I mean, the whole idea of orgonite is that it's actually, for me,
There's people
it's
that are
actually
making
accumulating.
shit out of orgone and selling it now, like an Art Bell or an Alex.
Yeah, little triangle things and pyramids and coils and
Come and get your orgone.
yeah, it's focusing, or it's actually distorting the fields within a particular area. So with the orgone box, you're actually sitting inside a box with layers of wool and steel wool, and then wool and steel wool around the whole entire box. And then when you sit inside the box, all the steel wool absorbs all those magnetic fields, but it can't pass it on through the dielectric of the wool. So the only thing that manages to punch through it is cosmic rays, just like the Great Pyramid. And they're scanning the Great Pyramid with a muon detector. So you imagine if you sit in that room for long enough, you're actually getting a stream of pure muons, which multiply into that void. So for me, the pyramids is actually a giant fucking orgone accumulator. And that box inside that room, they found that muons, they're only supposed to enter the atmosphere by about 60 kilometers, but they happen to penetrate all the way through into the earth. So they're going, well, the only way that this happens is because they're actually traveling faster than the speed of light and warp time. So you're getting this, they're scanning the pyramid with muons and muon detect, which, you know what I'm saying?
Like
the pyramid is accumulating muons.
Is it a thing that they hold and they just?
No. It's they have to sit it in there for like, I think it's been in there now for about 3 years or 2 years of accumulation.
Mm-hmm.
But while you're in there, if there's something that you can do or wear, like gold or something, to actually attract those muons, then you will be accumulating all those muons onto yourself. And then can your manifestations and thoughts then can actually control those muons to manifest the way that you want them?
Oh,
or do they heal your telomeres? You know, they talk about astronauts growing their telomeres when they go into space.
Mm-hmm.
Well, telomeres is because of the cosmic radiation, the lack of gravity and all these other effects. So if you're inside the pyramid and there's a lack of magnetic fields and there's lack of everything else and you get these muons, are you actually, there's actually there's something to that, man. There's literally, I think it is a static. It didn't have to move as a generator at all, but it just had to create an environment, the same as electricity. It needs to create an environment with a magnetic field and a copper wire that's conductive, and it needs to rotate at a certain condition, and then electricity will flow. So the same idea as this pyramid is doing the same thing, but like everyone knows, the whole ether in the universe is flowing around us. So these pyramids are like concentrating this, making a void of concentrate materials and maybe 3 different substructures that allow you to then sit in there and then either be healed, be manifested, or any one of these. It's a giant capacitor, basically.
I see. It's producing energy. It's an energy.
No, it kind of it's like an aerial. It's like an aerial. It's a capacitor that as all the magnetic fields and everything flows through it, as the universe flows through the pyramid, it accumulates and separates and distills these specific particles out of it, or this specific
And
radiation.
Do they have receivers somewhere that can can split apart all the signals?
What's up top of the king's pyramid, the king's chamber? You see those empty chambers, like the resonant chambers, they call them. They're like a space chambers above the king's chamber. There's like it looks like a
receiving facility for weird.
Yeah, they chime.
Energies.
It looks like people call it a resonance chamber, but I think it's the actual shape itself and the weights, the structure, the voids, the all these things are the exact geometries to actually work like a distill almost for all these magnetic fields. Like I said, the spherical magnet shows that there is a 3D dimension through the magnetic fields that we're looking at. It's not just flowing from south to north. It's actually propelling itself outside from the surface of the ground at an angle of, say, 30 to 60 degrees, depending on where you are on the latitude of the Earth, will show the direction of the arc of that magnetic field, which will show different. If it's pulling, if the torque is getting pulled back to the Earth at a different angle, there's going to be different levels of angles of say, just magnetic particles will have a particular angle to it, which will receive a particular frequency, like aerial frequency from crystals and whatnot.
That's interesting, Grub. Have you ever heard of the Church of the Nine Angles?
Oh, I've heard of the cults.
Heard of that?
I've heard of them.
The cult, yeah, of the Nine Angles.
Yeah, this similar to the Black Sun. A lot of these Ukrainians are running around.
Yeah,
Fucking Black Sun.
Those guys. I don't mean to throw switch off your topic that you were talking about there, but the angle part. Lovecraft used to write stories about the aliens or the monsters they're coming from another dimension where their description of angles and measurements and shit is not ours.
You would, I mean, if you think of field geometry is the geometries of the universe, the hyperloid, the tornado and the cyclone. So the toroid and the cyclone, so you've got the tornado, which is the bit that you can see, which is in the center, and then you've got a cyclone, which is got the eye of the cyclone where there's nothing there. So you combine those two together, and you have a magnetic field, or the visualization of a molecule or an atom.
There you go.
You have this field rotation. So I mean, in this dimension, this chair I'm sitting on has a field geometry. So this geometry, we can't see it. It's totally occulted. But it's literally the fourth dimension of any particular object. Like you can look at a magnet. There's no difference to a magnet.
I like the way you talk, sir. You got that language right down, boy. That's impressive, Nate. Or Grub.
By the way,
Nate, how you doing, Nate?
I wanted to.
I'm good, man. Grub's got a lot of stuff.
I love this discussion.
I'm sorry about that, Ninja. What'd you say?
Oh, no worries. I was just saying that the researcher I was bringing up earlier, his name was William Reich, the guy that researched.
That's him.
Orgone energy and.
Oh, he's got a scathing fucking interview. Or he wrote this book while he was in jail. Fuck, he clicks it, bro. He was known as a sex. That's why he called it orgone. It was orgasm energy. And for him, it was like frequencies and shit that was involved. But for me, I reckon it's muons or like protons, cosmic energies that he was accumulating. But his idea, he was a therapist. He was with Dr. Jung, one of Dr. Jung's favorite students or something. And he went down to the sex education and the sex. I mean, this is at a time where like men and women. Men and women didn't know that they could have an orgasm. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, back then.
The dark ages. They sell these
called
organite pyramids. You can buy them like off of eBay. I wonder if they work.
No, one of the sex magic is one of the biggest parts of magic that they hide. The sex magic part, they hide that. All these
he was just turning it into a science, basically. So he would have his patients come in and actually strip down, and he would actually anatomically tell them what's going on. Like a husband and a wife would come in and
now get out of all your clothes and stand before me while I observe your body.
Yeah, now it
Tell you
freaked
what's
people
going
out at the
on, yeah.
time, right? It freaked
That
people
would
out.
freak
But
me out. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
he's like pointing at the wife, saying, "Did you know that the nipples are connected to the clitoris through the reflux nerve?" You know, and like tell
Wow.
the husband and explain this and explain
Your
what they're
wife's
for.
nipples are making your wife's Yahoo happy.
Yeah, he was. And then the thing is, though, is some of
Keep those nipples.
the
Oh,
people talking to him were like judges and Supreme Court judges and mayors and shit like this. And then when it would get out, you know, people would freak out, and he would get abused and said that he was a creep and all this stuff.
they tried. They probably pounded it.
They
His
were not
experiment.
terribly sex positive back then.
Yeah,
They did
so,
not like. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, in some ways people can't say he was a lunatic, but in other ways, if you it's on YouTube. You can listen to his book when he was in jail, and he like actually, not by name, but he points out specific people that said that you prosecuted me, and yet I know the reason why, because you were my patient, you know. So like even I know
I know why. I know what's wrong with you. Yeah, you're being screwed by.
And they're all, and he goes, he would listen during World War II in Nazi Germany because he was from Germany. He would hear some drunk people walk out the front of his apartment, walking, going, "Where's the women at? We want where the women are." And he's like, "Yeah, I know, like I understand why you think like that, and I understand that you're afraid to actually confront that and all these other things." And I was fucking scathing, like he wasn't a leftist,
Yeah.
he wasn't the right, he wasn't from the right, he
No.
wasn't. He was just teaching people, do you know why you feel the way when you have sex? You know, why you feel this way about this woman? Or he was trying to tell the people, and they're like, "Oh no, you can't."
They'll have none of that. They would not allow any of that. The people
Today,
that
he would be a fucking. They would love him, but on the other hand, yeah, I don't know.
Today he'd be a messiah. He'd be being held up. He'd be in
Basically,
parade would be coming down the
Eastern
street.
religion, like the concept of chi, or in Japan it'd be ki or kundalini, where it's your body's energy, but it's also your sexual energy. It's like your life force.
That's what he was referring this to as the orgone was these concepts. But I mean, within his orgone accumulator box, he would have a little phosphorescent light bulb at the bottom, and it would always be on because of the radiant energy that was accumulating within the box. So it didn't have any electrical source to that light bulb, but it would just radiate because of the phosphorescent effect by the phosphorus.
Oh, nice.
And so it was demonstrating the fact that there is something in this box that's not on the outside of the box.
And phosphorus, what's interesting about phosphorus, it's one of those words. I think it's like the Greek version of the word lux, like Lucifer.
What's the origin?
Tied to like
phosphorescent,
to the like the ancient mystery and awakening and ascending through like a Luciferian gnosis, the spark of energy. It symbolized
philosopher's stone.
Lucifer, when he fell in a bolt of lightning. So another connection there.
Here we go. This is
there you go.
The idea of stuff. We don't ever see light. We only ever see luminescence.
Huh.
So we never see the source of light.
We see the after effects. We see the after effects of electricity.
We see the dissipation. We see the dissipation, the lack of energy within the light as it disperses around us.
By the time you see the lightning strike, it's already left, and it's just showing you.
It is the dissipation. Yeah, it is the dissipation of the inertia of the energy that was building up within the cloud. Then we see the light. So it's almost like Lucifer. Lucifer is the light.
You know that reminds me of that Ronnie James Dio song, "Rainbow in the Dark." Dun, 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 dun. We're just a rainbow in the dark. Do you remember that stupid heavy metal song from the 80s?
It does. Yeah, I can understand that. This is what I thought with this orgone box, right?
He says in one of the lines, real quick. He says, "We are lightning, da 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 da. We're an image trapped in time, da da da." Go
Yeah,
check out Ronnie James Dio,
It sounds
Rainbow in the
exactly
Dark.
the same. It's like
Yeah, it's like a
he's
lightning
funny.
flash. That's
It's
who
kind of
we
like
are.
the Merkaba or rainbow body as well.
Yeah, it's like light doesn't, like, energy has no speed. It's beyond the speed of light. But once it becomes light, it needs to be induced through something. So then we have a speed, which means we then have
Yeah.
time. Like it's like the universe is in pure inertia. It's moving. But then as soon as you create light or dense or matter or something, it falls out of that inertia. It precipitates out of that inertia into stillness.
Because it's moving.
But it's not. It's actually, yeah, it's full. It's everything else is
moving to
rushing
the
around.
path of least resistance. Don't shows up as long as it
All
can.
of a sudden, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
There.
yeah. So with the light, with us not seeing where light comes from, but we see the ramifications of light, then God is the light. But Lucifer, being the first angel, the first light that brought light to us, is actually illumination. So we see illumination, but we don't see the source of light, which is the disturbance upon the ether or the disturbance across the mirror in front of God.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all electrical, bro. It's all field theory. This is fucking insane. This
Are
rabbit hole
you
been down the last
religious?
2
Are
weeks.
you religious, Grub? Do you have a faith?
No. It's
You have no faith.
you have unless you know it. I mean,
Are
you
you a member of
can
an
have faith.
organized
You can gamble.
religion? Are you a member of an organized religion?
No.
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 You don't have Mormons, Catholics, Protestants over there in Australia?
Oh yeah. There's
Oh, you
plenty
have
of
all them.
Yeah.
But you didn't fall in with those bastards, huh?
No, mum and dad were both Catholics, and mum kind of grew up in an age like everyone got divorced back in the day. So
Were you baptized then?
they grew up alone, but mum
Did you get baptized? Yeah, did you get baptized?
No.
No. Lucky
Baptized
you,
by
yeah.
mum. You go, baptized my mum.
Baptized by mom, yeah.
They said they wanted to go and do it in the river or a local
Yeah, down by the river and sink you under
As a Catholic, they
water.
said no,
Alligators and
it has to be
crocodiles,
done
isn't
in
it?
the church. And she's like, well, bugger off then, because that church, I know personally what's happened in that church. That river is a lot more fucking sanctity than that church.
That gets into the water,
She's like,
the
I want to
electricity,
go to the river. I don't want to go
the
to the
cleansing.
church.
So your parents are not?
Sorry, dad was. My old man was. He was.
Your mom, your dad?
Mum had a bad time. I mean, you just got beaten by the nuns. I mean, everyone talks
Beaten
about
by
it.
the nuns. She's one of those
beaten
that they
by the nuns.
fucking beat.
All day long, every day, all day, every day.
All day long, every day, yeah.
In the generation, like anybody that went to Catholic school, they're like, "Yep, they beat the shit out of me."
Well, they realized a long time ago how to control people's brains, and if you beat them constantly, that's pretty effective.
Yeah, that's something that I think that society used for a long time until people finally stood up and said, "Hey, we don't want to get beaten anymore."
Then they realized that if we will a trace, so they started moving to psychological beatings.
Yeah,
Psychological beatings.
They fucked up. They fucked up along the way somewhere. They got comfortable somewhere along the way. The establishment felt ashamed at what they were doing, and then took it out on the people that they were supposed to look after, and then it fell apart. So the government's come in and said, well, we need to institute this, but if we need to institute it, it means it needs to be in black and white, and if we write it in black and white, it's frozen within time, and then we have to constantly amend it as time changes, and then it's its own entity.
It just turns into a big sick thing, is what it is. It just turns into a big sick thing.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I mean, if I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily want to go back to the Stone Age, but there's some tribes and there's different cultures around the world that have been looking after particular parts of societies within their cultures for anywhere
Like, what
from
if-
50,000 years to 3,000 years continuously. And
What's that?
I was gonna say, what about that island where like they don't let any visitors come on, like, and they live like completely like tribal
Never
and
seen anyone. Yeah.
they're not
that
dead.
one guy who
They're
tried
not
to
dead.
go
They're
there,
still there.
they speared
They're
him to
still
death.
fucking there.
Yeah, they are. They like they don't let anybody come in there. Like they're like but I find that kind of crazy that like they've been able to do that. You know what I mean? They've been able to just completely separate themselves from the world, and no
The people
government
that
has gone in
ruled
there and
are
cleaned them
so
up because
horrible.
like, go
People,
ahead.
they've got and they want to preserve the rest of the world for their own private Disneyland. So they go to remote regions when they want to. So when they found tribes that never encountered us, they used the power of government to designate these areas as off. It's not part of the tribe. So they've left those cannibals. A lot of those people are cannibals. A lot of those cultures still practice cannibalism because they've never seen anybody. The people that want to create the one world government that sanctioned off these islands with these cannibals.
Well, hey guys, let's go ahead and we're at about an hour and 38 minutes. Let's go ahead and take a good long break and refresh ourselves. If
Sounds good. I need to take a leak.
on, that's totally cool. If anybody has anything to plug or any shout outs to do, please do so. But we will be coming back from the break and we'll move on to a part 2 and bang out at least another hour or so.
I hope in part 2 we hit some really serious stuff, Daniel.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah! We'll play.
Crazy on this.
We'll be back after the break. We can use the bathroom, get a little snack, freshen up, take some caffeine, whatever we need to do for our second half. I'll see you guys in a bit.
We'll do, brother. See you in a bit.
Because I'm like break. Finishing. There's nothing. I was finishing, man. Silence. That's what we're. Okay. Oh, great show. Take the morning. And don't need no jacket. But I need some cigarettes. Right. How is it?
Good.
Oh, good. You watching movies? What you doing?
Yeah.
Very nice. Daniel's doing a break. Perfect time to have a cigarette.
I was going to ask you to have one anyway right after you got done with him. Because it's been a bit.
Kind of girl, but she disappeared. Take you ride down on one-way street.
Sounds like we're back.
Show you everything from the street. She'll show you the town. She'll show you around. My brown-eyed girl.
Welcome back to the end of days. Welcome back, everybody, to our Halloween Roundtable episode, starring some of your tried and true end of days favorites, such as Todd, and let's not forget newcomer Grub, who I met actually during a good friend of mine Roundtable podcast. Shout out to General Lee and the Subconscious Realms podcast. How you boys?
boys.
You
Yeah,
still there, Grub?
loud and clear.
Yeah, I closed the fucking stream. Had to open it up again twice.
Grub, do you ever drink Foster lagers?
No, we don't drink Foster's here. Back in the 70s, maybe, but no. What we got here? The main two brews would be like from New South Wales, Victoria, or from Queensland. They're like the three kind of.
They sell that shit up here in the liquor stores like it's something golden delicious. It will mess you up. One of those will mess you up. A Foster lager can, oil can.
Is that like a Foster
The normal.
Australian beer?
Yeah, it's Australian beer.
I remember those commercials. I haven't actually tried that brand that I can remember, but I remember the
It'll
commercial.
mess you up. I need about 5 of them though. 5 of them
Oh, yeah.
totally mess me up.
I feel like I
So Grub, how is things over there? Is prices rising? Is shit looking insane? Did you go through the whole COVID lockdown and all that bullshit?
showing us this can. I heard it's getting pretty brutal down there. Like they say that Australia's the like first stage of the New World Order.
They're building concentration camps, putting people in them. Yeah.
I heard that too. It's still hot here. It's hot-tober. So I'm drinking lots of water.
Is it hot?
But hey, shout out to the Mariners that just won their second wild card game against the Toronto Blue Jays and will be advancing, hopefully towards the World Series, but they will be advancing in the playoffs. So go Mariners. Big shout out to them. They actually won the game after I started the podcast, so I was not able to watch it or hear it on the radio, but I did check my phone and I saw that final score, and it elated me. It made me feel very good.
That made you feel good, the Mariners?
Oh yeah, it's been over 20 years since they've been in the playoffs. Not since I was a kid, so seeing that was very, very good for me. Good for my self-esteem.
I see.
Lots of work. Looks like we lost Grub. Looks like our connection was getting a little spotty there. He was, I believe, connecting through his cell phone, so that's not surprising.
And I had to go have a smoke.
Looks like it's down to just us. The end of
right
day
on.
originals.
The originals. Here we are. Lots of shit I wanted to cover. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some notes here too. So I wanted to let free flow naturally. Oh, looks like we got our buddy Grub back.
We got Grub back. Right on.
I wonder if they freaked out when they saw the name and they cancelled me.
This guy, you're being
advertising,
interviewed by
maybe.
radicals. Yeah.
Would it be the first time something was screwed with this show, knocking us off the air?
I hear Australia is horrible too, as far as rights to privacy, rights to your own life.
I'm totally free.
Your backyard,
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
It's sunny outside.
Nah, we're flooding at the moment. Actually, I might walk down to the river. It's not far from here. Might see if it's flooding. I might not be able to go to work tomorrow. To think about that, yeah, I'm like within an hour from Sydney, right? Our CBD kind of stops probably about half an hour away from where I live. The real cityscape type of atmosphere stops, and you start getting farmlands and little market gardens and stuff. Then you hit the Hawkesbury River, and then the next town across the Hawkesbury River is the gateway to the Blue Mountains. So that Hawkesbury River is basically the edge of the Sydney metropolitan area. So I'm actually outside of Sydney, but yeah, I mean, for a train, if I get a train from where I am, which there's no train station where I am, I'm only fucking an hour out of Sydney, and there's no fucking station.
Wow, you're out in the fucking remote regions.
No, but I'm not. Like this year, I'm only an hour away from like the CBD of Sydney,
Huh.
metropolitan,
not
like, the
true.
very center of Sydney. I'm like an hour. I'm about 70 k's, if that, maybe 50 to 70 k's from the
Yeah.
very center. So that's probably about 30, 40 miles or something.
So what does that mean? You have to
long as
drive
you're
down
out
there for
and stuff like
food? Do you have to drive there to get your food, or what are we talking about here?
No, it's like I would say. I'm trying to think. It would be like there's the outer suburbs of a normal city. So if you got like I don't know, Salt Lake City, for instance.
Yeah.
Right? There would be a point where like a natural barrier becomes the edge of that particular city.
Yeah, it can't go no further.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bridge. You cross that bridge, but then you're out. You're in rural areas now, like
in the
the urban
smaller
rural
town.
area. Yeah.
Billy and hillbilly.
Yeah, because basically Sydney's a basin. So as soon as you leave Sydney, you're going to hit mountains.
Australian hillbilly, though.
Yeah, you got to go a bit further than where I am. Yeah, that's
think-
true.
You
Yeah.
sound
Like
you sound kind of educated. You sound kind of educated.
That's because I'm
Grub.
on the internet, bro.
You're on the internet. You're
I don't listen to
learning.
the mainstream, bro. That's all that is.
You're learning from the internet college. Yeah, you have a degree.
well, that's where I learned everything. That's where I learned all the positions on the internet.
Yeah. God, there's everything on there now. Just have to
Yeah.
know what to look for.
Hey, have you guys ever tried to eat some monatomic gold? Like you can actually eat it or drink it, mix it with wine, or
I've heard about that shit.
yeah, it's supposed to have some good health effects.
Monoatomic
Magic
gold, yeah.
store.
It's like
When I had a
very-
magic store, Grub, I used to
Yeah,
own a magic shop. I had a group come in. They're called Summum, SUMMUMM or something, Summum. And they got a pyramid here in Salt Lake where they supposedly the energy comes down through the top of the building, fucking has incredible effects. They make wine, they infuse it with crystals that have intention in them. And they also mummify any one of your pets that you love. You know, if you lost a dog or a cat that you want to have mummified, they'll mummify that and put it in a sarcophagus. Yeah, it's a strange group. It's a tiny, strange group. I'm not saying that they run my society. I live in Mormonville, but the group. Yeah, where I'm at, everyone's Mormon.
It's either Mormon or it's just like the complete opposite end of the spectrum where
Yeah, you're either Mormon or you're
cults or something like that.
and
I think
Mormons
we've got
are-
a LDS down here somewhere.
you got an LDS over
There's
there.
an
You
LDS
have
church,
to
bro.
see 'em.
Yeah, I think so.
The
Yeah.
word has reached all the corners
I
of the earth.
You can't miss
But
the
no, this
missionaries.
mono.
They all dress the
So
same.
so these guys got you monatomic gold, did they?
Yeah, I actually ordered it off of a website. No, it wasn't a website. It's just Amazon.com. Like you can get it
Is
on.
that something you put on drops on your tongue? You put a little drop on your tongue? Or
Well,
what?
it's a white powder, and it's actually
powder.
like gold. It's a very fine form of gold. So you put it in your system, and it makes your body a little bit more able to harness like energy because gold is a conductor. It's the best conductor. So by filling up
Right.
your bloodstream full of this gold, it turns you into an antenna, and your psychic powers become more precise. You get smarter and live longer, and all kinds of great stuff is supposed to happen. I mean, I didn't really feel much. I thought I was kind of like tripping out and maybe hearing voices a little more than normal. So it was doing something.
You know, it works for me as I go do the LRBP, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram.
Oh yeah,
And then I go use a meditation technique where
kind of losing you there.
Are you there?
Yeah, can you repeat whatever you just said? Kind of lost the signal.
After I do the LRBP, I go do a visualization of a golden ball of energy passing through my body, repairing my cells
Oh,
on the subatomic level. You have to visualize a golden ball of radiation of energy that you can't understand just passing over your body. And wherever you're sick or hurting, the golden ball stops there and it
shout out
puts
to Joe Dirt
energy.
who's saying hello to Daniel, Todd, and Grub.
What's going on, Joe?
Shout
Fuck, we
out.
missed you. All in.
Hey, Yarnell. Yeah, this lesser banishing ritual. So the triangle that you would be setting up has 3 of the perfect geometric water molecule. So you've got the hydrogen and you've got the oxygen, and that's 108 degrees, 108 degrees, and then the other 2 are 36 and 36. So you get those 3 triangles, and then if you draw a line from the apex down to the hypotenuse, off the main angle, you will actually split the hypotenuse to 1 to 0.618. So you split it between 1 plus phi. So if you make that triangle the water triangle, which is hydrogen, and as far as hydrogen can go with its electrons, it is 1, the unit, 1 unit, because it's a hydrogen molecule. So it's 1. And the other stretching down to the other oxygen molecule is 1. And then the distance between the 2 oxygen molecules is 1 plus phi. So if you get this particular triangle, you'll find that the pentagram is actually created by 3 of these triangles rotated by splitting from the apex down to the hypotenuse and splitting that bottom triangle between the 1 and the 0.618. And then when you do that, and then you extend that line and create another one of those one of these triangles, you then you'll get like 4 of the corners of the triangle. So you need 3 of these triangles, and you will end up with a pentagram. And that is actually 3 water molecules. And you'll also find that continuing, like once you make that first line, you actually cut that triangle into a new triangle representing the 1, and the 1 plus 618.
There you go.
So every time you do that, you actually create that snail spiral, but you're actually doing it by using this particular triangle, which is in fact the molecule of water.
Yeah.
And then once you look at hydrogen, this is mind blowing. This, right? The hydrogen molecule comes from the sun. The sun is a hydrogen generator.
Wow.
It turns hydrogen into helium, and then helium back into hydrogen. It does this fusion process, right?
Yeah.
The hydrogen molecule, once it leaves the sun, it's left the sun as a proton, a hydrogen proton. Now, there's no difference between that hydrogen proton and light. The only difference is it's a smaller footprint, but it's got a higher capacitance. It's like dense light. So hydrogen is dense light. Now, everything else on that periodic table is protons, more and more protons, and they're all hydrogen protons. So everything else on that periodic table is created from different groups of hydrogens, hydrogen protons. I see. Everything comes from that one single hydrogen proton, which is generated in the sun.
The sun is literally a god.
Yeah, and then every time that hydrogen proton enters their atmosphere, it gets excited, it turns blue, gives off a blue iridescence, gives us the blue sky. And then as it falls into us, it's going to connect to some oxygen and turn into water. So water is quite literally oxidized sun.
Wow.
So when they say we're made from stardust, we're not made from stardust. We're actually 80% water.
Star water.
That's exactly right. So water is the aerial to the sun, and the sun is the aerial to the creation of the hydrogen. So in a way, it is like
As above, as below.
Yeah.
and that
The
is what
firmament.
gives us. That is what actually gives us our dimensions, and that's why we can see this fractal. Or the reason why Einstein's relativity works is because we're all this hydrogen molecule, and whatever it can produce, and then from that gives us the water. It gives us the area.
Wow, that's wild shit.
And so when you talk about when you do these rituals, somehow, like I said before, the consciousness sits within the triangle, looking at the triangle around itself.
Right.
So it's the mind itself, which is the hologram. It's not real.
That's what meditation introduces you to, is the mind itself. Meditation.
Yeah, it has to be an isolation thing, doesn't it?
When I talk about the LBRP, that's magical ritual, but meditation itself needs no ritual. But it starts to introduce you to the idea of you're in the center, trying to point your mind to that you're in the center. You're controlling all this.
Demon, was it not said with Solomon when the demons would cast their eyes upon the seal, all these geometric patterns, that they get lost?
There you go. That's how they trap them.
Is that correct? It's just something that I've heard. Listening to
No, it's
some
something that you've heard, but it's based on people, their accounts of fighting demons.
Well, there's that old saying, like, angels are angels and angels.
Demons in a structure, put them in a structure where they can't find their way out.
And then we go back to the order of the 9 angles.
So
the 9 angles.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, there should only be 3. Yeah. I mean, you've only got a 3-dimensional world where we talk about how there's depth, length, and breadth, right?
Yeah.
But on top of that object, like we were saying before, you've got fields, and the manifestation of those fields would say, on a grand scale of around the Earth and the Sun, the resonant frequencies of these particular particles accumulate themselves and create the Earth. And because of the Earth and its manifestation, it means it needs a moon. So it just is. And that's only not necessarily because of the things that we can see, but the field geometries around the sun and the resonances and like when you pluck this string, this other string will vibrate, but because that other string vibrate, this one will vibrate a little bit. And so the moon's created, all these other spheres are created, and it's all it's in a way, but there is no particular string. It's literally like there was this profound concept I've heard recently about the real description of light, and he's pretty adamant about it. This is this Ken Wheeler fella, like he's pretty arrogant, but holy shit, he's fucking mind blowing.
Have you ever heard of Indira's web?
Indira, as in like a Greek myth?
Indira's web.
Sounds familiar. No.
It's an ancient, very variadic Indian philosophies that he described Zoroastrianism. Each person is a jewel, a crystal hanging off of a web. The crystal.
Yeah, it would be the inverse of what. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like droplets of water.
It's like
picture a crystal, picture a droplet of water before it falls, accumulating on the end of a string.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so if you pluck that spider web, you're not necessarily you're water. You're made out of water. You're not actually made out of the spider web. And you don't see the spider web because you're water. You don't experience the spider web, but you pluck it, it will affect and vibrate the actual water itself.
Throughout the entire web system.
Yeah.
Whether you pick it up or realize it or not.
Yeah, it's interesting that the way
hey,
the
hey,
idea
Grub,
of this field theory.
Hey, Grub, how old are you?
37.
37. Okay, so you're just coming in. You're just sowing your oats. Daniel, how old are you, buddy?
I'm around the same age. I'm 39.
Yeah, yeah. So you guys are just coming into your own. Wait till you get into your 50s.
Fucking
Shit'll start.
hope so, brother. One day, brother.
You'll start thinking about mortality a little bit more. You'll start realizing how you're passing away. You're passing away. You don't have a lot of time, and
Yeah.
you're not as strong as you used to be. Because I'm a tough motherfucker, but once fucking time starts to take its effect on you, boy, your brain will start. Get all these thoughts out now before your brain starts molting. Do what you can.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the whole fourth dimension, or the whole interdimension, all these ideas. I'm thinking that is it's field geometry. Yeah, it's these
Field
fields
junction. I like that.
or field geometry.
Right.
Because I mean,
Like we got Nate back with us. He just popped back on.
What's going on,
Yeah,
Nate?
man.
This conversation is hot tonight.
I know. I just wanted to pop back in. I'm probably gonna have to dip out in a few, but I just figured I'd pop back in and say what's up before I dip out.
You just wanted to tell us you love us before the show's over?
Yeah,
I love
exactly
that.
right.
Thank you.
Any last shout outs you want to give Nate? Any last words you want to hop up on the soapbox and tell?
Yeah, Nate, why don't you tell us what you think about tonight's show?
Oh,
So far.
It's been a trip, man. It's been pretty cool.
It's trippy shit. I wish I had that we add to the experience, but I don't have any shrooms right now. So.
Well, I mean, it was cool just listening to the knowledge that Grub had, and like I definitely can relate to a lot of that, and a lot of it was out of my depth, but with what I do understand, I was able to kind of keep up, and it's just really cool stuff. I don't think I wanted to touch on real quick because we were talking briefly earlier about Admiral Burns' experience and about him like flying into that hole. You know about
Admiral
that?
Byrd? Admiral Byrd?
Yeah, Admiral Byrd. That's right.
He flew over Antarctica and he looked down and he said he swore he saw dinosaurs and a fucking
supposedly, like, I don't know. I saw something about how, there's like, we were talking about, ancient civilizations and stuff like that. There's a possibility that there's, other civilizations outside the wall or whatever, or past the walls that, I don't necessarily say that there's a flat Earth. I think that maybe Earth is just bigger than they portray it to be.
I'm with you, Nate. They're hiding something on the outer regions of what we've explored on Earth. The more I look at it, the more I realize there's an ice wall or they're hiding shit. They don't want you to go
anyone who's tried to travel has been like stopped. You know what I mean? And so definitely
they don't want you to go certain directions.
Yeah,
they don't want you to go past the ice wall.
Apparently, when he flew over the edge, so to speak, it was so vast that he didn't see the other side. That he didn't realize. They didn't realize that they were actually flying over an edge. Do you know what I mean? So it was like a funnel
of a giant hole into the earth.
They didn't. Yeah, it wasn't until they really looked at the plane's equipment to demonstrate that their pitch on the plane was changing as they were slowly going over this edge. So it looked like the plane would have looked as if it was going to smash into the earth.
Yeah, because
it was playing parallel to the fucking ground as they was flying into this big funnel. And if it was big enough, the center of the funnel is going to be clouds. So the clouds are going to like wrap with you along the edge of this funnel as you go in, and you wouldn't even know it.
Yeah,
and
you wouldn't know it.
If you're on the right angle, the sun is going to go straight into there, or at least across the edge.
Kind of like the movie King Kong, where Kong Island is being hidden by clouds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be.
Same
It would
concept.
like a vortex. Like it'd be a giant. It's like the inverse of a. You're like you're flying on the edge of a cyclone, and then you slowly fly into the eye of the cyclone over the edge. You know.
Kind of like the
Yeah,
show Lost, where they
totally.
wind up on some island that's not really anywhere. I think,
Tracy Twyman talked about an island, a hidden island before she died, where
yeah,
the elites
I think it was
live. She
called
had a name for it.
Hyperborea.
Hyperborea.
Yeah, that's some trippy stuff.
Here you go. This is what's trippy, right? Talking about vortexes and everything else, right? You've got the toroid, right? The toroid's the donut shape, but the part that's on the inside of the donut is called the hyperboloid.
What?
Boloid.
Wait. So what was the spelling on that? The hyper.
Hyper. So hyper.
Yeah.
BOLIOD. Hyperboloid. Or BLOID. Lloyd.
That's trippy.
Hyperboloid. So it's a hyperbole. So it's a curved line, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hyperbola. So it's a hyperbola, but it's vortexing at the same time and mirrored on the other side.
Yeah.
And this is what I was going back to the right hand rule. If you look up, there's heaps of videos on the YouTube and everything about it, right? That's called the right hand rule.
Right hand rule.
Yeah, and you'll find that even radiation or anything going through a magnetic field will make everything spin to the right.
Everything
So
spins to
if
the
you
right.
notice
Does that matter
all-
which hemisphere you're in, or
We'll see that. Yeah,
The
that's
shit
interesting.
down in
That
your
is interesting.
hemisphere? Down in your hemisphere, does everything spin to the right, or does it spin to the left?
Clockwise. Well, we have cyclones rather than hurricanes, and I think the
But when
only
you
dimension
flush
of
your
that is that
toilet,
it's
when
it's
you
it's,
flush your
it's
toilet, does it go to the right or to the left?
well, ours don't rotate. Ours don't fill up.
What's that?
Ours don't fill up. Our
When
toilet
you
doesn't
flush
fill up
your
to be able to see
toilet,
it.
as the
But
water drains
ours,
out,
it looks like it goes clockwise.
because it goes clockwise here.
It goes clockwise there, so it'll go anti-clockwise. It's supposed to go anti-clockwise here.
That's what they say.
Quick reminder to everybody out there, if you would like to join our roundtable discussion, there's still some time left. Go to the YouTube chat and follow the pinned link at the top of the chat. If you would
Please
like
get
to
in here
join us
because
here live.
Daniel's time is valuable, and
I
Daniel
found it
the
easier
best
to
show
get
on
through
the
Discord
internet.
thing.
Or you can go through the link in the Discord as well. If you would like to join us in the backstage directly, there's that link as well.
Please let us know how pissed off you are and mad about how bad life has gotten for you. Call in now.
Here we go. He's
I'm pretty happy right now, man. To be honest.
You're pretty happy? Are you doing good over there, Nate? Right on. You're in one of the rare places where you're fucking loving it. Yeah.
He's one about light, about light, right?
Nate's
Okay,
about
so we've got
enjoying these electric skateboards and getting into building different stuff with them and stuff like that, man. I got my son his hoverboard. I threw an extra battery on there, and then I hooked it up to a go-kart. Man, he hit 20 miles on that thing.
Wow.
Crazy.
a real hoverboard. Here we go.
20 miles. You'd kill yourself with 20 miles an hour.
Well, it's on go-kart mode. That's only on go-kart mode. It goes up to 12 standing up, but in go-kart mode.
That was one of the coolest things I did growing up as a kid. My dad bought me this go-kart. Fucking modified go-kart. It was so cool as a kid, driving that motherfucker around. So good on you, Nate, giving your kid a go-kart. I love that.
Well, yeah, it was so it can ride with me, man. So
you sound like a good dad, buddy. You sound like a good dad.
If you're into electronics, the guy I'm looking at the moment, his name is Master Evo. And that's with an IVO. I think he's from the Netherlands or Norway or something. And he's recreating some of Nikola Tesla's work using impulse electricity.
Oh,
And
that's
he's
bad.
and he's found that with the impulse electricity, by using the back EMF, so when you turn the system off, there's this recoil, and he's like, the recoil goes up from, like, he might be putting 12.5 volts in, but he might be receiving 3,000 volts out the other end. And he's like, where the fuck is this coming from? And he's realizing that what Nikola Tesla and Charles Proteus Steinmetz was saying was these longitudinal pulses, high impulses, was actually putting the ether into inertia. So as the ether was rotating, was spinning around this coil and around these instruments, they could keep it going. And so from this, they could do like levitate capacitor plates. So if you with the impulses, you would see that there was enough the flow of electrons, or the pulses that was going through the dielectric material, which was between the two copper plates, would hit the other side, and actually, because the ether around it was spinning, this plate would start to move, which was like
move how?
field impulsion.
Shake slightly, vibrate.
No. Well, what he would do, he would do
start
it with
to
a
move
spark gap,
when you say
and it
move. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he would have a sawtooth pattern. Say there was a buildup of energy and then a release, and a buildup of energy and then a release. So it was a
and the plate would
pattern.
move.
And the plate would
move slightly.
Yeah, the more he'd hold it, it would then drop, and then he would hold it, and then he would drop, and then he would hold it up, and the more you do it at the right pulse, just like Tesla was doing to the Earth,
you could fucking move things.
Yeah,
you could move things.
Yeah, he was doing impulse field.
Boy, that sounds like that. If you had that technology developed enough.
Well,
the
guy that apparently did
over to the pyramids.
Similar to the Hutchinson effect as well.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
it's all people are coming in now with the actual basis. So one of these guys is Master Evo. There's another guy called Omeguez, and it's with a double Z, Omeguez. And then there's the dude that both of them quote in their understandings now of Nikola Tesla's and Steinmetz's writings is a guy called Ken Wheeler, and he's got these new understandings of magnetism and where it comes from and how it's manifested that actually like change the way that we look at electricity. Like electricity now, under these understandings, is a combination of magnetism and the dielectric field. And the dielectric field is known as the static electricity. Cold electricity.
Opposites.
But you've got static electricity. That's why they call it static, because it doesn't move, doesn't flow.
But Grub,
use the magnetism for it to flow.
Grub, have you made the connection yet that electricity is a positive and negative input, and so is everything else? Our entire Earth system is based on positive, negative.
You have
North and South Pole.
You have to get
the sun moves away, the moon comes in.
So
fucking
if you get
dark
a magnet,
light.
If you get a magnet and you get that magnet and you shatter that magnet, or you try to slice that magnet up, which one comes out as the North and South Pole?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It doesn't, because every single new magnet that you cut has a new North and South Pole.
Whoa. No, that's true.
Off parts of it with a knife. It's changing. It's changing in the opposite. That's trippy.
You can't separate the two, because there is no North or South Pole. There is only the rotation of the plane of inertia of the ether around the object.
Plane and inertia of the ether.
The plane of inertia is the center of the magnet. It's where the two lobes intersect, where the two toroids intersect in the middle.
You're almost blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Almost blowing my mind.
That the Earth is not spinning, but the whole universe is spinning around the Earth.
Kind of. Well, it's the ether that's flowing around us. We've actually precipitated out of the ether. So the ether is like this river that's constantly flowing
We're
around
like
the entire
what's
universe.
dew coming out in the morning. That's what
So
we're.
we've come
We're
out, yeah,
dew dot.
exactly, yeah. Otherwise, we'd
Wow.
be flowing with everything else. So we've
Oh, of
stopped
course.
and we've collapsed out of it. We've precipitated out of the sun, and
That's
now we're stuck
mind-blowing.
around the sun.
Fuck yeah.
Well,
The sun is all. The sun
which
is
is
God.
Lucifer. So if you see it right within the original Vedic text and everything, you've got the
There you
supreme
go.
creator, and then you've got the creator God. And the supreme creator God had to create the creator God to create everything,
Mm-hmm.
to set everything in motion. It had to be the voice of God. It was Metatron. It's the first action that God did to make everything. Within the Indian texts, they say that this is, or the Brahmin texts, that was a new God.
Mm-hmm.
That was the second. It was the creation.
Yeah.
That goes back to the
So
idea that you
basically,
can't
the
actually-
ether. Yeah, there's the ether that precipitated the sun, and then the sun precipitated us out of the ether.
that goes back to the idea that you can't talk to God directly. Like you can only talk to his highest angel at
Until
the
fucking Nikola Tesla came along and fucking
How you
punched holes in the
connect with
ether.
him? How you connect with him is through an electric circuit, like you said, Daniel. You connect to it, Michael, or
No. You see, the thing
all
is, though,
these
is that
archangels.
between what do you call it? The Garden of Paradise, when they kicked us out, right, there was a
Yeah.
sword of light, of fire, that they placed in front of it, right? So every time we try to punch through the ether, what do we get? We get light. And that's where that's the apparition of
When
light.
you say punch through the ether, what do you mean punch through the
Well, see, this is what Nikola Tesla did, and this is what these Master Evos doing, is that they use a specific coil to get the object that they're sending electricity through to become a giant atom, but rather than the magnetic side of the atom, they're going to the dielectric side of the atom, the static, the actual energy side. And that
They're
actually
shaping the
makes the
fucking atoms.
ether. Yeah, the ether starts to get. They found that ether, this fourth dimension, has a property, and this property is inertia. And so they use inertia. They use electricity and these longitudinal pulses or scalar waves to smack the ether. Like it's almost like getting a big, like belly slapping the water. It puts a longitudinal slap into the water.
And so it starts the molecules vibrating and getting
starts to put. No, it's what molecules are made out of. It's what light is made out of. It's because light is a wave. So the wave of light as it passes is passing across the ether. The ether is what is being waved. It's like a wave in the ocean. The wave isn't the ocean. It's manifested by the ocean.
Tidal forces.
Yeah, and so they found that the ether has these properties, and using electricity, which is actually on an atomic scale, you're manipulating atoms at an atomic scale. You can turn these atoms in a certain direction to actually affect the ether, backfeed into the ether, and start to push the ether around us. The background universe that we're actually imprinted
wild
on.
Shit right there. Yeah.
And this is called the bifilar coil. This is the bifilar coil.
I've heard about plasma. How plasma is kind of like that step between light and matter.
Problem. Plasma is the sword that stops us from getting back to the Garden of Eden, getting back to God. Because as we try to produce these things, plasma is exerted. So the energy is then displaced and it's released. The inertia that we're producing is then released as plasma, as the sword that stops us from retaining back into the Garden of Eden. So if we're able to send the everything in motion, but without creating the plasma, we're going to be able to get back to, get past the sword that's been placed to stop us from getting into the Garden of Eden, so to speak. So this is just the metaphysical version of it, but it's the idea that it's the light, which is the luminescence that we witness, which is Lucifer. It's not the actual source of the light, which is the ether, which is pure potential before it comes light, before God speaks his word across the ether, before the vibration.
So,
we want to calm the area and then set upon it our own vibration to get what out of it, whatever it is that we want.
yeah.
So it's just this background radiation, this cosmic energy, which is that not what the muons are?
Left over from the war in heaven.
Motion, time.
Remember the war in heaven story?
It's inertia. Yeah.
Also, the fall of Atlantis. They say it was an abuse of crystals, and crystals
Lucifer was struck down or whatever in that story. Lucifer was sent down.
He was precipitated.
He's hopping off. So thanks for joining us. Have a good night, Nate.
And ever after there's been the war in heaven, right? Because
see, we've got the ether. If the ether is perfect, pure potential energy, and it's still, once you start to send it into vibration, you're going to lose. You're losing inertia on the already moving river of the ether.
Thought wave, the ether wave, yeah.
Yeah. So as soon as that happens and you stop, you crystallize out of it. And that's where matter starts to exist. And so you actually become still in the ether.
That makes sense because that's how energy flows. That's how matter flows. That's how water flows. It fills in all the cracks. It goes to the point of least resistance, right?
Yeah.
So any endeavor you're
we ourselves become the points of resistance. In our minds, we need to chop down wood to burn it, to keep warm, to then eat, to then be able to chop down more wood to keep warm, to then to eat, to then chop down more wood. So what we're doing is we're burning. But what we should do, that is the constant release in time of matter outside of the inertia of
matter does it sits and breaks itself down, right?
The actual power in the nuclear bomb, the potential energy in a nuclear bomb is the actual core, and it's cold. Uranium is cold.
It's cold at the very center, the very coldest.
Because it's pure potential. Once you release that, you get the toroid. You get the nuclear explosion. You get the bomb.
I've never heard
look at a mushroom. If you look at the mushroom cloud, right, the very top where it's all rotating around itself is a big ring.
Yeah,
the cloud is a ring rotate. That is the release of energy, and that release of energy is what creates time. So the magnetism is the same. The magnetic field rotating around a magnet. That is the time and space that was originally in those molecules, but because those molecules are so aligned, it's creating counter space or a puncture within the ether. And so the rest of the actual binding parts of the atoms are then squeezed out of its potential space, which is 3D reality that we can see. Those atoms, that magnetic field is the actual field between atoms, the potential energy that is between atoms, the potential space. That is actually squeezed out because they are so aligned. And so there's no, once a magnet becomes a magnet, there's no weight change in it. But
nothing that's supposed to be between it gets out. Nothing that isn't supposed to be between them gets out.
Yeah, and so that excess space is then
occupied
on
by
the outside of the object. That's where time and space is created.
Yeah.
So
sounds
if you
about
get all
right.
that potential energy,
that explains how planets and suns are sitting in their spaces too, right? They're sitting in their positions.
If you could see the fields, it would just be two giant toroids combined in the center, and then within the very center of those toroids.
Are you talking about fields down here where we live on Earth?
We got Earth fields here. This is what I think about.
Are you talking about? Is that what you're talking about? Right here on Earth, not up in space.
Right now, there is magnetic fields going across the surface of the Earth, and they're going through us, right? But as they go through us and as they go through different trees and objects on the surface, that changes its frequency or their pattern.
The United
then
States
it's going to
government, in
influence your
like
thoughts, you know.
Grub, in 1952, I think it was, the United States government started mapping electromagnetic lines of electromagnetic lines of the world. And ever since then, they provide maps that you can go look at every year that show you exactly where the electromagnetic fields cross our entire continent, the entire world.
Yeah.
They have swirls in them.
Thousands.
Certain spots have swirls where they can't explain it. But here we're talking about more.
The
Here we're
Stargate,
talking about.
Stargate, like this movie Stargate, the real one was based on exactly what we're talking about tonight, the magnetic field of the Earth. So it could only be opened on certain times when the stars, like
Are
aligned properly.
Well, you've got to think about this, right? With the right-hand rule, one of the major components of that is the direction of the flow in the magnetic field. Right. So
yeah, I see that. I mean, that's real.
As
blood
starlight
is pumping.
as the starlight comes in and hits the radiation from the sun's magnetic field, all the light that we're seeing is actually being distorted and turned to the right-hand axis before it hits us.
Yeah, orange isn't orange. It's actually blue. Blue is orange.
Well, see, this is another crazy thing. If you look at a magnet under one of these supercells, you'll find that the point where the magnetic field is coming out of the object and you're looking towards it, you'll get a blue shift. If you turn the magnet around where the magnetic field is going back into the object, you'll see a red shift. So when you're looking at stars, you will find that most stars apparently are going away from us. This is the idea of the universe.
That's what I've always said. They're expanding it. They're getting further away.
But that red shift might be because we're actually looking at the south pole of everything, or the north pole, which means in that object, the particles that we're looking at, or the light that it's exerting, is actually going away from us because it's going back into the object. And if we're looking out, do you understand what I mean? So there's an actual shift in the direction of the field geometry that we see, which is the fourth dimension.
Yeah.
Actually plays upon the physical realm of the 3D realm that we're in. So a magnet will assume the positions of the north and south pole, but that's only because of the field geometry and its, say, two-dimensional realm, which shows that it's only going from the south to the north. But in this realm, there is a 3D, which means they actually rotate as they go forwards. So even if you look at DNA, it rotates, has a twist to it. And that's its natural form because there is no straight lines. So everything has this toroidal.
Let me tell you where Let me tell you where there is a straight line. Buy a tool. It's called a plumb bob. If you want to find out how to set a pole level with the earth, buy a plumb bob. Hold that motherfucker up.
So if you made a plumb bob, but if you made a plumb bob out of polystyrene and then charged it with an electrical charge, it would stand vertical away from the earth, defying gravity, but the fields of the gravity radiating from the earth would actually push this object 90 degrees to the earth. Because one of them, you're using weight, which is coherent matter that exists with gravity. But if you use the opposite side of that, the static, to raise it, it will actually stand directly vertical. Like, say, basically the magnet, the North Pole will push it. Like when I said before, if you get a spherical magnet, you'll get a 3D direction of the actual magnetic field of north. But you'll also see it raised from the zero perpendicular, or say parallel to the earth. You'll see a direction pointing up. But that's not because the south is attracted to the north, to the center of the earth. It's because the north is rejected from the center of the earth.
The
So even though
north is projected to the center of the earth.
it's because of the
Is
rotation
that
of
what
the
you just
spin.
said?
Yeah, that's because of what's something called the Lamore frequency. And the Lamore frequency is they use them in MRIs. That's why the magnetic field in an MRI has to spin, because it has to spin the particles. It has to spin
Yeah, they're
the
always
center
spinning,
rotation of the
spinning.
atoms of the body. So
They're
the
always
same as the
spinning.
Earth.
Everything's spinning.
Yeah, the Earth has a Lamore frequency. It's known as the Great Precession or the Great Year. It's this. It's this
Yeah, I'm
offset
familiar
spin.
with that.
Yeah, so all particles
Totally.
have this Lamore frequency.
Listen, Grub. Since you brought up spin, have you seen this new weird thing that's happening across the world where they're catching more people on videotape doing strange behaviors right before they go into a full-blown seizure and pass out and die? Have you seen this? They're starting to.
Yeah, there's a demon. The demon
Have you
known as
seen
the
it?
Jabberwocky.
Have you
The
seen it?
Jabberwocky
No,
demon.
the videos. No.
I've seen a few. Yeah, there's an ancient Aboriginal story that refers to something very similar.
I'm
And it's
saying in the last 2 weeks, a meme started. People started
yeah,
pulling
yeah.
videos from security cameras in public stations showing people start going through these
Have
same
you
weird
also
symptoms.
noticed where whales or turtles will end up on the wrong beach and they beach themselves and die? Yeah. And everyone's like, "Whoa, we don't know what happened. All these whales just beached themselves on a fucking."
No, yeah, we have
Well,
those. We have those mass.
the bees.
All those
The bees are going
mass
crazy.
die-offs.
It's like the video of the deer just walking in circles.
Yeah,
doesn't know what to
One
do.
of the things I wrote down that I wanted to talk to Daniel about though was there's people saying that they're getting recordings everywhere, video of people starting to do the same thing and then they fucking literally go into a seizure or just die. Have you seen these videos?
Yeah.
Have you
News
seen
reporters
this?
too. Yeah, lots of news reporters doing this.
Vaccinated people probably.
So here's how this thing goes. First, they're standing there doing whatever they're doing, and then all of a sudden they start like a bug is flying around their ear. So they start swatting at the bug. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
No.
Like a fly's bugging them on the side. But then they start going, wow, I just saw a ghost. And then pretty soon they start spinning around once or twice. And after the third time they spin around, they fucking die with their legs and arms sticking straight out. Like an animal that's being attacked by a fucking lion. Have you seen those?
Wow.
Maybe they have a demon attacking them or something.
And this could be all just YouTube fucking viral, stupid, propaganda they're trying to spread around everywhere. But I think there might be
What
something
about
to it.
anti-gravity technology? Like they use the magnetic field of the Earth and they counter it somehow and use rotation and spin, and it actually makes things float in the air.
Well, one of the things I like about talking to Grubb is he's talking about magnets and how powerful this fucking thing is. It's like a hidden science. I've heard they're using magnet trains that they don't ride on the rail. The magnet keeps the fucking train from touching the rail.
Hard.
And they can go
there's two
from
sections
New
of
York
it.
City
to
California in half hour.
With electricity, there's two components. There's the magnetic field and the dielectric field. And so within a toroid, within that donut shape,
The toroid.
Yep,
I know what you're
talking
about. Now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the hole that they punch in the middle, that has its own geometry, and that's what the hyperboloid is. It's the tornado of the cyclone. It's
like
the
an
eye
energy
of the.
form we don't understand. It's like
It's
an
what
energy.
gets squeezed. That's what gets squeezed. So the magnetic field, when you put copper within a magnetic field, the copper has its own dielectric field. And then when you spin that copper within that magnetic field, that dielectric field opens up north to the front for the direction of the flow of energy is completely dependent on the north and south pole, so to speak, right? So you're spinning it. The dielectric field, or the particles within the copper, they all of a sudden get a magnetic field. So the copper becomes magnetic, right? So if you're welding, normally you're welding something, all of a sudden,
becomes magnetic. Wow.
yeah,
That's
all
wild.
the, and that's because the dielectric field of the copper is aligned, just like a magnet, and because it's aligned, it sends up tubes for the electricity to flow through. But for that to happen, the actual space that's within an atom has to be expelled from its physical dimension, which is where the magnetic field comes from. So when you're welding, you might be welding something, all the ground bits of steel that might be on the ground where the welding cable goes through.
That's called that's called slag.
No, just as you're welding, you'll look at the cable where the wire going from the welder to your trigger.
Mm-hmm.
When it runs across the ground, when you pull the trigger and it welds something, you'll see all the iron filings from the grindings actually become magnetized for the time that you're letting the electricity flow.
That's
because
true.
for the electricity to flow, the
Yep, they do
space,
get
the
magnetized.
electrical space in the copper has to be removed from the copper. So when the electricity is flowing, the atomic space that's in the copper is squeezed out of its physical three-dimensional space to the regions around it. And this works because the AC electricity, there's no flow of anything. It's just that each molecule is squeezed against the next molecule, and then like electrically, which means the electrical space, the 99.99999% of that molecule is squeezed out of that chain. It's actually removed out of its physical space.
And your point to that is?
Whenever they see like these huge gatherings of electricity, like with that huge antenna in Mexico that Wolfman Jack used to broadcast out of, like they see these shadow beings and shadow spiders just kind of hanging out on the equipment, like absorbing.
Oh, yeah.
You just
Oh,
happen
yeah.
to make the same frequencies like you've got around the sun, and you happen to reach the same frequencies that Earth has around the sun.
So we
you
got these
create
strange
consciousness within those fields.
So we've got these strange frequencies, Grub, but what is the point of telling us that these strange are you telling us that the strange frequencies are producing some really weird shit? Is that what you're telling us?
They will be. They're passing through us. They're passing through us right now, and your mind.
I feel pretty fucking weird. I'll tell you what.
Your mind is electrically charged. So when you have a thought, there is a wave of photons that go across your mind. So if these, like say the Schumann resonance, so there's 8 hertz of electrical pulses from the Earth coming through your brain every 8 times a second. So all of a sudden a thought might just spring into your head. And is that because of the imprint of that field as it passes through your mind, calculates, or that doesn't calculate anything, but as it passes through your mind, there's certain areas and certain receptors that are actually activated by that frequency.
Activated.
And then a lightning bolt goes off in your head and follows these particular trains that happen to follow the path of least resistance.
You know what it is?
And it goes through.
You know what it is? The body is an electrochemical system. It's an electrical chemical system that sits and regulates itself and produces all whatever it's needed. And
well, you know what?
It does this without the magnetic field. This is the point, that there is another field that occupies everything, the static electrical field, which is more important. That's where the life sits. It doesn't sit in the magnetic field. It sits in the electro field.
Hey, Grub, do you believe in magic?
This is what we're talking about, isn't it? It's the same idea.
So.
Same.
Yeah.
It's the same. I mean, there's certain technologies that maybe if you think a certain, like the delta or some of the Greek alphabets, if you can focus on one of those symbols, then all of a sudden, as one of these magnetic fields go through you, your mind, because of that particular symbol, aligns your mind and the certain receptors in the sites in the right way.
The symbol itself is loaded with information.
Yeah.
The symbol itself is loaded with information. If you can meditate
it's
and
actual
open
form.
your mind to its
this
form.
field
All
geometry.
these, every shape, every shape.
Well, what about these guys like up in the Himalayas that can float when they meditate? That's got to be something.
Yeah, what about those guys?
It does, see, this is the thing.
Something along those same lines.
It only floats because we don't see the fields interacting. If we could see the fields interacting, the occulted side of reality, the occult.
I want to figure that out because I want to be able to actually fly.
And that's the famous line from Matrix where the kid says, "Don't see the spoon isn't even real." Right? The kid in the Matrix says, "You see a spoon's not real." In the Matrix.
That's
looks
exactly
like another member of
Who the fuck is this?
Join.
Oh my god, this is my cousin Eric.
Eric.
Holy shit, how you guys doing?
What the fuck is going on here?
I've been watching the show this whole time, dude. I love what the fuck you guys are talking about, man.
You've been
I
talking
live it every day, dude. I got a if you guys want to hear a crazy story about all this like energy and all this crap.
Shit going on, yeah.
Crazy cousin. Not only this crazy.
I gotta do something. I gotta do something, but I'll be listening.
Go take a leak, Grub. We'll be here.
Okay, yeah, it's a good time for Grub to go take a leak in the bush. In the bush.
It's my cousin Eric, everybody.
Yeah, the fat boy, huh? Right. But anyway, I have my
your face up here.
Oh my god, dude, I'm an ugly bitch, but I don't care because I love my life, right? But anyway, I have a crazy cousin, and you watch him almost all the time. It's my friend Todd, my cousin Todd. I love Todd. But I have another crazy cousin. Todd's actually my second cousin. But I have a first cousin named Brett, who believes he knows the world, who created all, who knows fucking everything. Right, and he's not a meth head. So, kind of believable. But back in the day, he killed his brain cells with a bunch of alcohol. So there you go. But anyway.
Do that.
But the whole energy and, I mean, you guys are talking so much technological shit, right? That's cool. I love it. Don't get me wrong. It's great. I don't think I need to use it now because I don't need to see my ugly face. Hold on, wait. Let me get a better picture. I've been playing guitar all night. And Daniel, dude, what's with your fucking, like, the middle of your shit? And all I can hear is Todd talking in the background.
Oh, he was talking.
You need some new music there, Daniel.
Forgot to mute, but there's a little extra show going on during the break. You could hear Todd moving stuff around.
Are you still there, Grub?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, check this out. This is my cousin Eric. Ever called into the show before? Let's go, Eric.
All right. So,
g'day, brother.
So not bad. How are you, man? I love your guys over there. You know, love all humanity, actually.
Drinking and thinking.
Fucking
drinking and thinking.
I don't get the good beer, though. I buy the crappy beer. I'm a simple soul. Todd's a more complicated soul. But anyway, on this whole, like...
That reminds me of a fucking Leonard Skinner song. You be a simple kind of man. Remember that stupid?
Well, everybody wants to be a simple man.
My mama told me be a simple kind of man, or else they'll kill you.
So here's where my cousin takes me off my mind. Fuck, Todd, shut up for a second. Jesus crap. So anyway, I got a cousin who thinks he knows the world, right?
Yeah.
And he's named off names and their energies, and there's not like supposedly a god and all this stuff, but later on, you know, he kind of does admit that God does exist and that Jesus got deleted in 2013 and because he got a little cocky and but anyways, you know, some of the shit he's telling me, it makes sense. duh, we're not the only ones here. There's other fucking, there's aliens. I know that shit for a fact. Oh, and Todd, I wanted to mention earlier that every time you started talking about something interesting, your voice went, it's like, what the
So
fuck?
it wasn't just me. No, I could hear it. That wasn't just me.
Yeah, we were.
What I was saying.
I'm like, Todd, maybe we do have something here.
You got some
But
solar
anyway,
storms.
my cousin, let's get back to the point. I know our show is short. Okay. But anyway, my cousin, he did strike some things at me that made sense, that like the evil in the world were on frequencies. And like the evil's like in this low frequency. And then there's a lot of people in the higher frequency and shit like that. So some stuff makes sense. Like your friend Al, Todd. He says that the fucking ant people are bad, and my cousin Brett says they're good. And it's like, so, you know what? I see shit in the sky. I'm weird. I've actually seen jets stalled in there.
How about this?
You can't write them off.
Here you go.
What the fuck's that shit again?
If you've got like infrared or radio signal, you've got like a very wide spread, but you've got a large footprint, physical footprint, but you've got very low capacitance of energy within that. But then if you go all the way up to the blue spectrum, and then you go into the ultraviolet, and then gamma radiation, alpha radiation, you've got a very small footprint, but you have a very high capacitance. So there's heaps of energy within that.
Small footprint, high capacitance.
Yeah. So then you go all the way down, and you keep getting faster and faster and faster until all of a sudden you have light, and then you've got a hydrogen proton. So a hydrogen proton is super high frequency light, but a very, very microscopic footprint. So the higher, basically,
and
your
what is
body,
the result?
if you're gonna,
what is the result of that? Like a super
if you're
high
gonna
micro footprint.
If you're gonna keep rising your vibration, you're going to get denser. In the realm of energy and fields, it's the opposite. So the smaller the footprint, the higher the capacitance. So if you want to lower your vibration, you're going to get your physical body will get closer to the range of light and radiant energy. Because your physical body is vibrating so fast.
So when your physical body, when you get into that place, when you get into that place, you're radiating healing energies or something, right? Well,
that's only the actual physical particles of your body. But if someone's thoughts are at 8 hertz a second, say 8 every time 8 seconds, so it's probably about a fast thrash beat or something. Your mind is clicking through thoughts and processing things. If you can speed that up, the shutter speed, if you can speed the shutter speed of your mind up, you'll then be getting closer and actually seeing like if your eyes could increase in speed, you would be seeing more of the ultraviolet spectrum.
Techniques to use your own body.
You're breaking up again, Todd. Well, it reminds me also of when we die. Like maybe if we die with a high vibration, we automatically are attracted to heaven. But if we die with a low vibration, maybe we get sucked into the negative space underneath the earth or something like that. And that's basically hell, where you just stick together with all the other people with a low vibration and you manifest.
How does low and high vibrations manifest themselves to the consciousness?
They manifest
exactly. I mean,
how it feels.
Yeah.
Where does this begin? Does that begin at birth? I mean,
which ones?
Your heart blue.
If the color blue is a faster frequency, then which particular emotion would you feel if it was in that increased vibration state?
Blue would be like serenity or sadness. peace, I think.
What would red be?
Well, hey, it all boils down to, hey, we're all born, right? We all grow up. You know, life influences affect us differently, how we grew up. So once we hit a certain age, let's say for me, probably 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever, teenage years, you kind of have a choice whether you want to be mean or good, kind of, in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you're necessarily born with the frequencies, but I just think that you have directions you kind of want to go. And then lo and behold, don't let drugs get involved, which always does, can really interrupt that fucking situation big time. Okay, I'm done.
You chicken.
Fucky me.
I think Al's out there listening. I think
Holy
Al's out
fucking
there.
Al.
Al,
Yeah,
you just
chicken.
jump on with us. I mean,
Trying to make fun of Eric. He's trying to make fun of Eric.
Well,
Get
I'll play
here.
guitar then. No, I'm that guy in the background, that crappy guitar guy.
Yeah,
But
you know what I hope?
Is it also
You know
about
what?
those teenage years that you kind of start to reject what you're being told by your adults as well? You seen
Like
awareness,
Santa
or a
Claus
level of
isn't
awareness
real.
comes
Santa
in.
Claus.
And to back, we're all old school, right? I mean, I'm in my fucking 50s. Cousin
we're
is
all
later
dying. We're all
50s.
dying. We're
Well,
very close to that.
So we got to grow up in a culture to where we didn't have shit fed to us other than school and, your jobs and stuff. But nowadays,
Whatever.
there is so much fucking bullshit, on the at your fingertips, basically.
That's the thing, but back then, right? This is the crazy thing, right? Is that all of media was totally fucking controlled back then. Even when the printing press came out, they wouldn't let anyone print anything until they had their grubby hands on it. So in a way, everything that we have been fed until now has been a fucking lie.
It's called social destruction, baby.
Smartphones.
They're just trying to warp the world, okay? Check it out. Warp the fucking world with their fucking madness behind the scenes, people,
Keep us
evil
keep us
bastards.
entertained.
Probably possessed by demons.
Warp the fucking world, Look at all this. Okay, when I was growing up, right? Fuck yeah, the baby bunch, the Brady bunch. God, excuse my duh. And you had cool shit, right? And then eventually, and then you find out that, oh God, the dad was gay. Fuck, I don't think I seen my fucking first gay shit till a porn. Like when I was probably 15, I'm like, what the fuck? They do that? Now it's shoved down your throat you're 4 years old. Are you sure you're a girl or a boy?
Let's go.
Yeah, don't you know what you are yet? Come on, step into it.
Everyone's gay. Now Scooby-Doo's gay, yeah. Whatever. I got no.
I think that Selma.
They can't get out. I don't know. They can't come up with new stuff. I think the Masons and the actual people with narratives have left. They've left.
These people are so freaky. What they do is they write scripts. They get copyrights on their material, and it can't be changed, so it just keeps running over and over. They don't allow them.
It could be.
Well, the world's. There goes. Fuck. Todd, you're getting cut the fuck out. I'm sure I am too, but I don't know what the hell keeps messing with us. But yeah, the world's going to sickness.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
Todd.
So maybe Todd didn't want me to come on this show because,
No, I wanted you on this show. You shocked the shit out of me.
Can I play guitar?
Eric's our guitarist. Eric's the NBC radio. band's guitarist.
Yeah, some
Fuck,
of that music.
would you play guitar?
Eric,
If not, can you? Would you?
That's Todd
Pick
and
that
Eric now.
up.
Dude, I'd love to play some guitar. I've already been jamming, so I'm kind of warmed up. I'm a little
Play
better
it.
than back in them days, but
And you
Well,
guys,
yeah,
Greg,
you guys play and send to me. That's like, that's bookends for the show and stuff like that.
Pick up the fucking guitar and start playing, buddy. Let these people see how incredible you are.
all right, I'll tell
My
you what.
cousin-
If you guys
my
are
cousin
cool with
Eric-
it, I'll kind
gonna
of
give
put
you-
it just in the background, okay?
I'll give you some background. My cousin Eric won the Guitar Center drum off for the best drummer in Utah 2 or
What?
3 years ago.
Yeah,
Fuck, for
whatever.
real? I'll play
I'm not that
They
good,
didn't give
but
him nothing.
I
had
just
to
like to
move
have
up.
fun. Plus, I bought a better amp, and I'm loving this amp, so I'm just kind of playing with it.
I can't
But
play
he knows
guitar.
his equipment. He knows his equipment. Listen to this shit.
All right.
Hope
Live
Hope it
performance.
Well-
comes through on.
All right. Yeah, we'll get here going here real soon, guys.
All right.
Just put the phone so we can see you playing. So we
I'm
know
just
it's
putting
good.
it home where you're not seeing me peeing.
Oh, there you go.
Here's the
Yeah, you don't
You're
want
like
to.
an astronaut. You're wearing diapers driving across the country.
But while I'm in here, let me show you guys a little bit what Todd has done for me. Here's my bathroom.
Tile work. Oh, you
Yeah.
found one in your bathroom. Yeah, that is a fucking masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. Zoom in on the mirror, Eric. Zoom in on the mirror. Where's
Oh, on
Yeah, on the fucking niche.
Needs clean, but yeah, it's my
Ooh,
Egyptians.
look at
Wow.
that mother.
Cool. I like
Yeah,
that.
fucking,
Have a
Oh,
bathroom.
it's all fucking like 3D. If you look at the tiles, all 3D looking fucking.
Yeah, I went crazy.
Oh, did you
I'm
do
an artist.
And then that's like my floor going out. Fuck yeah, Todd tore shit over.
beautiful
I'm a
mason?
tile guy. Is that?
You can't build a rape dungeon without carpenters.
There you go.
But anyway, guys, I just like to play metal guitar or
So
whatever.
play us some fucking guitar.
Should I sing?
Yeah. Let's see what you got.
Dude, I don't have anything like set in stone.
Eric's so
Or,
much better than me. Eric's so much better than me.
I probably have ADHD and I just
love
jam
to
all the
sing.
fucking time.
He's so
And,
much more talented.
all right, can you guys hear that? Was that too loud?
No, it's perfect.
All right, let's just talk and I'll just kind of play
But
around.
the camera's facing the ceiling. Why don't you put the camera
Well,
on your
oh my god, because I probably. Let me see if I can get it
drop and break your phone?
in a spot. I don't know. Let me see if I can get it to stand up
Come
somewhere.
on, play us some shit here. Get it face right on you. Look at the screen. See if it's facing you. That's what we're all doing tonight.
Dude, I got headphones in. I can't even find my fucking cordless headphones, dude. They
Put the
disappeared again.
Start playing some cool shit now, please.
Oh my god.
Here
Put
we
me
go.
under pressure. Dude, I don't really have nothing to set this son of a bitch
Coming
on.
down on me, it's coming down on you. Oh, ooh.
Oh.
Pressure
I don't even know where the fuck it went.
coming down
On you.
up the.
I don't even know if I'm even on your screen anymore.
The show's free.
Can I
to
just play and point the camera upward? You already seen my ugly ass. Let me just play.
He's frozen.
No one said you were pretty.
End of days.
So cool. End of days. It's cool as fuck.
There's some drums playing there.
Well, here
Sounds like your drums don't mind
there's
that.
some grub.
I need some drums. My cousin's a drummer. My cousin here, he's not a guitarist, he's a drummer. But he started playing guitar 10 years ago and just kept getting at it. Just
Got really-
yeah. Suppose how. Oh, are you gardening out there?
Yeah, I'm smashing some of these strawberries
Of
before the dog
course.
gets them.
Is it daytime where you are?
Yeah, it's 2:00 in the afternoon.
Ooh, delicious.
Yeah, I got some mulberries.
Those look delicious.
Those who can't see the video portion of the show, he's showing some wonderful fruits and berries located around his
Wow.
property.
What's going on with?
Yeah, it's South
in-
American, this one.
Why
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
that one.
camera freezing? Why is nothing coming through? Was Eric going to do something that they didn't want to let go through?
Well, that's the nice thing about this show. You can actually join the show from anywhere. You can be driving your vehicle. I don't recommend it, but you can come on air while you're driving your vehicle. I've seen people.
My cousin Eric has always listened to the show, not called in.
Yeah, I
And he's
remember he
guitarist.
called in before. He did. He
He
called in.
called in one time. He
Yeah,
called in
once or
one
twice,
time.
maybe.
No,
He
it's two. But he listens, and
I haven't got long to
he
go. I've
just
only got about
started.
like 10% left on my phone, but
Well, Grub,
Grub.
it's been great having you on here. You are one smart motherfucker, and I
shit.
personally enjoy listening to you.
some more strawberries.
There we
Grub,
go.
that's fun. I want to go through different science topics with you. Let's do this again.
Yeah, we'll have to do.
Yeah. Got
We'll
some
have
bees
to do a
going.
round table again.
You're
of
smart,
course.
motherfucker.
Bro, I'm just an internet warrior, man. There you go. There's a Australian plant.
I always get requests for another round table, like when we haven't done one for a while. Hey, what are you gonna do another round table? Do another round table.
Again, yeah. Get in here.
It's a fan favorite.
Yeah, you tea tree oil.
Ooh, that's a cool one. Like a furry bottle brush.
Wow.
Hey, you get the nectar out of them. You
Beautiful.
clear your nose too. It's like tea tree. That's where you get tea tree from. Well, actually,
wow.
this one, like that one.
That's where you get tea tree from.
Yeah,
How
you know
about
the tea
the
tree
other
oil.
one there?
Tea tree
this
oil.
one.
Okay.
That's a tea tree.
I use that for all kinds of
Beautiful.
things. With my fish tank.
Smells delicious.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool if you get the bark, the paper bark. A little bit like a birch, but you can if you get big trunks of it, you can use it and wrap your fish in it when you grill your fish. You steam your fish.
Okay.
Gives an
Got that
incredible flavor. Eh? If you get your hands on a tea tree down there, you might. It's a swamp tree.
Hey, before you leave, Grub. Do you know Max Egan?
Yeah.
You know
I
him,
don't personally, but
You've
yeah,
seen him?
I know he's yeah. Doing a book with him at the moment on unlocking the
You're
code.
doing a
podcast.
book with him. You're doing a book with him.
Or his book. He's got his book, but we're reading his book on unlocking the code. Triffin, some other Australian guys are reading his book on ancient history and weird phenomena and stuff.
Yeah,
He left your.
Yeah, I think he's in Mexico. Yeah.
The whole like mud flood
Now-
thing. That's the first time I heard that was from him.
He almost
Yeah.
United States, but he got smart. He stayed down in Mexico, where it's more like the Wild West. In the United States, you got a giant surveillance grid they're locking everyone into. In Mexico,
down here, I don't know.
not have these surveillance systems.
Yeah, in Australia, they've got like the Australian government knows where every single dollar is. They're
Every
the
single
best at tracking money.
dollar, particle.
They know they're better at tracking money than anyone else in the world.
Oh yeah.
In Australia, it's
you're where they test
need
out
cash money.
control people. You're where they run all the tests first, controlling people, locking them into the one world.
But it's
Hell
interesting though
yeah.
because they fucking leave you alone, except for the fact like we've got like the traffic laws are insane. You guys would lose the plot here. Like we've got if you
Yeah,
have
I don't
like
want to drive on the left side of the road. I would hate that.
no, I mean if you've got like a sat nav device with the plunger stuck to your windscreen, you'll get fined for that, for obstructing your view.
Huh.
So it's the Australian laws when it comes to the like driving. Like the police over here have the right to pull you over, and if your wallet has like over $1,000 worth of cash, right? They then have the right to suspect that you're up to no good, and then strip
You're
search
up
you
to
in the
no
car.
good.
Strip
No
search.
one
Yeah.
drive around with $1,000
Down
ever.
to your socks. Down to your
Yeah.
socks.
In your socks.
Now down, they will strip you down to your socks on the side
They'll
of the
strip
road.
you down to your socks. You come just short of sticking their finger up your ass, right?
Just because
Do an
you've
anal
got the
search.
cash and they've pulled you over for a particular reason, or they might smell alcohol, or for whatever reason, or they run your plates and then see that you're being done for this, so they're like, oh,
And then
we're gonna
would
search
they
you.
be happy as hell to like beat you? Would they be happy as hell to beat you up too? If you
I
resisted
mean,
slightly?
you know,
Are your police brutal? Are your police brutal like cars?
I've seen dealers just get robbed on the spot.
I've seen some videos on Twitter.
So I mean, it's
things
going
going
to
on
be the
down
same
there.
as everywhere. But yeah,
They're
these
fucking
recent
Australians,
protests.
dude.
Yeah.
I mean, the police over here, right? If you say one thing back to them, or you go on their radar at all, as a police officer,
you're getting smart with them.
they fucking they're in a boys' club.
Might
It's
hit you
insane.
upside
Don't
the
make
club.
boink sounds.
They if even if you work with the police and then you've done something to them, they will go out of their way to make your life a living hell.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Because
they're probably all Freemasons too.
They're all Freemasons down there.
It's that type of attitude to begin with. That you're in and you're not. You're in the club and you're not in the club.
Yeah, we're the ones
That's
beating you.
very true.
You're either beating someone, or you're either the beat or the beaten.
You're the BT
So
or the beater.
You're in between that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we expected. Listen, they're trying to bring their one world government in. You'd have to be you'd have to be blind to not see they're coming in with the one world government, right?
It's
same old shit.
But it's
Nobody has
only
to
interesting
convince
though.
anybody that this is what they're doing. I mean, by this point in time, do you have to convince someone that they're bringing in a giant one world totalitarian government?
Somehow Obama shattered the image, and then Trump was a response. Trump was a response to it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Obama was the thing that set
his
people
second
off.
term.
Put a black guy in there, and I voted. I didn't vote that. I hadn't voted for fucking years. He's better than George Bush because he can actually speak.
Well, we thought even us in Australia seen that and thought, you know what, the shit that we'd seen from Julian Assange and from everybody else, we're like, and Snowden, and we're like, you know what, this guy's going to come in. He didn't. He fucking added to it.
Obama,
and then
Obama,
and then
Obama added.
For fuck's sake,
Obama took Bush's shit and ramped it up. Did everything Bush wished he could do.
That's when it like I thought as soon as we heard from over here that Trump was running, we're like, what a fucking joke! What a fucking joke!
Do you buy
and then he started bringing up Assange and WikiLeaks, and I thought, oh my god, this dude's fucking, he's gonna free Assange, you know?
Yeah.
It didn't happen. He turns around and he goes, I don't know who that is. I don't know who you're talking about. And it's like, bro, are you fucking for real?
Do you
I'm
remember
sure he
the
got
whole
elected
story with
because
Assange?
of that fucking WikiLeaks thing.
We lost you again there, Todd. Assange what?
Isn't Assange from Australia?
Melbourne, yeah.
But
I think the only way that they can sell his publications or for him to be able to have influence in America is he has to go out and get a green card or a visa for business operations within America. And because he's done that,
now he can be then tried as a fucking
terrorist.
No, they're a traitor. A traitor they want to
A
try him
traitor.
for. And we're like, bro, he's not even Australian. He's not even American. He's Australian. What are you talking about? So unless there is some other corporate deals that are beyond our understanding, that are like, I'd never seen Trump bend a knee to anyone. But when it came to Australia and there was that prisoner swap, right? They were going to take prisoners from us and in exchange for some immigrants or some fucking shit. And it was just as Trump said that we're not going to take any immigrants from these countries. Well, these particular people were from some of these countries. And he goes, we're not going to do it. And then one phone call later, and then within a week, Trump turned around and said, we're going to gladly do this deal with Australia and blah, 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 blah. And bent the knee, like a couple of times.
He bent the knee.
To Australian politicians. I have fucking no idea what's going on. That blew me away. It was the only country in the world that he turned around and actually went, you know what? Contrast to what I said about taking people from these countries, we're going to take these ones from Australia that happen to be from these countries. It was a deal that we set with Obama earlier.
Australian politicians to me look like some of the most milquetoast, go along with the one world government politicians I've ever seen in my life. The only reason the world hasn't went into a giant totalitarian one world government is because Trump stepped in there 4 years ago. Joe Biden's dragging us into World War III. For 4 years we had peace, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you how great Trump is.
As much as they want to fucking say, that's exactly
the people that run the world want a giant world war, and it doesn't matter if you're for peace or love. Somebody's making a vast sum of money. Whew. I wanted to touch on the Russia-Ukraine thing for a moment, because here we go, people. You had COVID, now that's gone. Now you can take your paper fake mask off that didn't do shit for you. Let's get into World War III.
Yeah, what's going on over at the Kremlin right now? Are they discussing what comes next? I mean, they've got to.
I read it.
Not like they're going to tell us.
I was looking at the newspaper and they had a picture of Putin crying on the headline. Do you think Putin is crying? What do you think it would take to make Putin have tears coming down his eyes? And they had a picture of him, and then the headline is Russia is getting scared. Oligarchs are abandoning Putin.
Oh yeah, they
kind of stupid
bullshit photos. I've seen a lot of these. I mean, they did this
bullshit
when they,
photo where he looks all
we're winning.
Oh my god!
I've got 4% left
headline
on my phone. So 20 minutes
is, though, this is manipulation. They
fucking for sure.
We're on the verge of.
But are we? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. If you look at the images of the Lady of the Light, the Lady of Light, and the Queen of Heaven and Mother Mary making apparitional appearances to people, she's all been talking about the fact that Russia's going to then destroy all the way to Italy and then go all the way to the UK. So,
wow.
And that was prophesized for you'll have to look up the Lady of Light and the Ukrainian appearance of Mother Mary.
I'm not looking at the Lady of Light on the Ukrainian part because I don't trust anything coming out on the
Is this like ISIS then? Like ISIS? Because that would be.
This is beyond ISIS.
She's the actual. No.
This is beyond ISIS.
Hathor. The Queen of Heaven. See, this is the distinction between.
So their people are triggered.
The Queen of Heaven as well.
Their people are triggered.
But she's coming in saying these particular things, but it's like even the Catholic prayer of the Rosary was handed to a Jesuit via the Lady of Light.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
So it's and also the
they worship
the Lady of Fatima. The Lady of Fatima appeared, and there's a big discrepancy with the church though because they don't. Now there was one that happened in Ukraine during the 1980s, and they said it's all right. Ukraine will have its independence, And
Yeah.
as she said, within 80 years, and that happened to be the day that then the USSR left Ukraine, happened to align with these things. But they also said that the Lady of Fatima said that Russia will fucking crack it and come from the east, and like if the Vatican does not approve the Russian Orthodox Church into its fold of Mother Mary, that Russia will crack it. And then she said that they'll fake it or they'll do it, but they won't actually do it properly. And they did that, I think, in 2017. And then even the Ukrainian Catholic diocese was screaming, going, please, can you fucking hurry up and do this thing with Russia? Because they are about to click this shit, man. And so I think recently the church has just initiated them into it. But as the prophecy was said, that it'll be too late. And that Russia's going to make it all the way to fucking the UK. Burn London. London's not London. Italy. Rome will burn because of this. So
I can see it happening. I mean, stuff's just getting started. They're just kind of using like
Well,
so the church
soldiers, but
hasn't. Yeah, she hasn't.
you
none
guys
of
have
them are
gave
being
Russia
completely
hell the
approved.
whole time with your battle against them. Over here in the United States, we're a separate continent. Our leaders knew that you guys were always poking at each other over there in Europe.
Yeah, Europeans. Yeah, fucking us. Glad we're out of it.
You guys could run by the crown. So
kind of in a way, it's true.
kind of. You're run by the crown. You worship the queen. The queen is on your coins.
There is.
Yeah.
It's basically our president
love that.
is the queen.
When she died, did you feel bad?
Yeah.
When she died, did you feel bad?
Doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't bother me at all. Those motherfuckers kicked out my family from Ireland. I should be the king of Ireland.
You should be the king of Ireland.
I would.
I'm not there anymore, bro.
That'd be so sweet.
Old,
Ireland's beautiful.
I'm a son of Neil. I should be fucking up there in Ulster.
Neil.
But...
What's the
son of Neil? The 9 hostages. Neil and the 9 hostages. Ireland, just after the Romans had left, Ireland had taken over the UK and parts of the continent, the main continent in France and the Dutch and everything. And we took their princes and their royal families and shit, and we took them as hostages. And so it was known as the Age of the 9 Hostages, and the Irish Kings. And then this was the time that then, King Arthur was running around trying to save England from the Saxons. And then the Saxons invaded from the Netherlands and then pushed back. But the Irish, that's why some of the Irish bloodlines and last names are the oldest in all of Europe, because when the Vikings came, they kind of came to England and found it was just like a giant garden and just raped and pillaged everywhere. And when they went to Ireland, they're like, well, these motherfuckers are already raping and pillaging each other. Do you guys want a hand?
Raping and pillaging each other.
So it was kind of like
families in Ireland were.
We got left alone. They kept
families in Ireland. Ireland were fighting amongst themselves, huh?
Oh, constantly. They even had a chance, to.
That's the history of the world.
The English did it to themselves as well when the Romans came. A whole bunch of them allied with the Romans in return for freedom, but they didn't get it.
That's the
But
history of the world. The same thing with the Indians. They were fighting amongst each other for 500 years before the European.
There was Aboriginals did too, but it was specific areas. But once
they used that against them, though.
Yeah,
when the Europeans arrived, because they were more technically advanced. They used that against.
They'd already done it before. They pushed the limits. Well, they went to the Indians, and they're like, the Indians wouldn't do that to each other because it was understood that certain limits were used for only certain individuals. But the Westerners, when they came, they're like, we've tried and perfected mass immigration movements. Like even throughout Mesopotamia, they would take over a city and then move 100,000 people away from that land and then indoctrinate them in a different method so they wouldn't remember their homelands, and so they could use them as a slave class.
Well, you sound so smart.
Oh, we lost them.
Oh shit!
His phone must have died. He must have just
That's a
given
good
us
question.
the last of his juice.
He gave us the last of his juice. God
Yeah,
damn it! I
that-
was gonna nail him
that's
down.
sacrifice. Yeah, that's
I was
that's
gonna ask him something real hardcore at the end.
well. We
I was
thank
gonna
Rob
ask him.
for fighting it out with us to the bitter end of his battery life on his cell phone,
Wow.
making great points and saying interesting things, all the way to that last little spark of energy, which we've talked quite a bit about
That's
tonight.
so cool. We had Nate on here too.
Yeah, Nate was awesome. Eric was awesome.
Come back, Eric. I forgot about Eric coming out. He's gonna like,
Yeah.
he's
Like
gonna
I was saying earlier, people always like these
maybe
shows.
no.
It's kind of like, I'll have some guests on and then we'll just peel back the curtain and just let the end of days radio audience kind of take over. Anybody that wants to come on, they can come on. Anybody that has any sort of relevant, like recent
discussion
they want to bring up.
Or even just some interesting discussion,
Exactly. It doesn't have to be like
mind-blowing, fucking groundbreaking.
It doesn't have to be pre-planned or structured or anything like that.
Structured or anything like that. I wrote some notes over here, but I rarely even do that when I call in your show.
Well, let's finish up here. I know that there's probably. Did you have any topics left that you wanted to touch on?
I guess I got a couple notes. Let's just go through these. Let's see. What did I write to myself 2-3 weeks ago when I thought you were gonna have a show and you didn't?
Oh, I'll do that too. Like I'll have notes from like a show I wanted.
Let's go back 2 weeks.
I'll be like, hey, I thought of all those great ideas back then. Why throw that away?
I love you, Daniel.
Yeah,
and everybody out there, if you care about Daniel and you realize what an important podcast he's putting on, because fucking what's his name, Grub, the guy that
go to endofdaysradio.com, click on that donate link through PayPal or
get in there
Bitcoin as well. Thank you everybody who has donated in the past. This is a public access show. Well, it's publicly funded. It's it'll never cost you a dime. But if you like to contribute and help me pay for the server, or just help me along so I can pay my bills.
Well, I'm gonna give Daniel in his last part of his show at least 10 minutes of somebody donating something.
Yeah, appreciate all the donations. But Todd, what sort of topics did you want to
all right
throw in?
2 weeks ago. Weeks ago, when I next talked to you, what I wanted to talk about. Red Pill Hardcore with V.
Oh yeah, that's a good show. Red Pill Hardcore.
He's having health problems.
Oh, is he? Oh, that's
ain't been on in a month. V, get better. We love you, my man.
Let's say our prayer for V.
Say a prayer for V.
Red Pill Hardcore, one of my favorite podcasts / shows.
He's on RBL, the Republic Broadcasting Network. So if you want to go listen to a bunch of stuff that you wouldn't hear otherwhere, go listen to that. I'm not saying RBL's network's all good, but V's fantastic.
Join TLBtalk.com or TLB Talk. Join us on there.
So some of those guys, right on. Other of those guys, it's like you need to move it a little bit closer, get a little smarter.
End of day.
You know what I mean? Oh, so Eric called in. That blew my mind. That is the mind-blowing moment of the day, Daniel. Blow my mind, blowing it away. Oh. That was the mind-blowing moment right there. Eric calling and then hanging up.
Yeah,
Jesus, I wish he was getting ready to play guitar, damn it.
I wouldn't even know what moment to pick from tonight. I'm just going to say it's just all been very mind-blowing. Let's see, do we got Rub back?
It's probably your best show ever. It's probably your best show ever.
Oh,
straighten my hair.
Hey, yeah, I got 3%. I got my phone on charge now, but
oh, there it is.
It's like 2:30. I better do something.
We're still here, Grub.
Since you just have a little bit of power left in your phone, did you want to jump up on the soapbox and just plug anything, or just say one more final thought to the audience out there?
Yeah, there's 3 channels I've been checking out, and that's well, actually 2 channels and one specific dude.
Write this down.
So the dude is Charles Proteus Steinmetz. So that's
Proteus Steinmetz.
Yeah, so STEINMETZ Steinmetz. Z or S or something. Steinmetz. He's a crooked. He looks like a crooked. He had like spina bifida or something, but he's back to the time of Tesla. There's a guy on YouTube. His channel's called Theoria Apophysis. So TH.
And what's he talking about? What's he talking about?
This guy is Ken Wheeler. This man, he's worked out magnets. He's worked out. He also translates the original Buddhist texts as well. So he's a bit of a fucking genius. And ancient Greek and Pythagoreanism and the truths behind it and incommensurability, all this kind of shit. And the magnets, he's actually worked it out, and he can make electricity from magnets, just magnets. So the dude knows his shit. And then his name's Ken Wheeler. That's Theoria Apophysis. Right? And then there was another guy that's actually credits Ken Wheeler's discoveries of magnetism. And his channel is Master Evo.
Syria. How do you spell Syria?
TH.
Sis.
Did we lose him again? That must
You
have
might
been.
have said something they don't like. Yeah, I think you said something that I asked you, how do you spell that? And then cut you out of the show.
THEORIA.
RIA. Yeah. All the thing I didn't have was the O. Apophysis. Yeah.
APOPHIS.
No, it's not apophysis.
Yeah.
I got that right. All right, go check that out, huh?
And then the other dude that actually implements all these fucking ideas, and then actually going back to Nikola Tesla's work, and then implementing healing electricity, scalar waves, and putting the ether into inertia, and actually doing this is Master Evo. And he's on YouTube too, and he's not patenting any of his stuff. It's all open source, and he's doing it for everybody because it's worth it. And he's working on impulse electricity, but along the way, he's found healing energies. He's found impulse levitation and fucking all these other things. Cool.
Fuck yeah!
So the 3 of them together.
That's what we need. That's what we need. Yeah. People. Ordinary persons finding alternatives to energy.
It's incredible because when you see these people implement this way of thinking into technology, I've seen orbs come into the camera. Orbs start to spin within the room, like the little dust particles. Right. I'm like, oh shit! And that was the fucking
proof that something beyond.
Both, yeah. They're actually working on technology to then actually implement these things, and then to actually gain.
Hey, did you hear that Coolio died last week or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's gematria involved.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Grub?
Yeah.
The #1 song in 1995 was "Gangster's Paradise." They have an interview where he said spirits.
Back, man. I don't know what the fuck how I got
created that whole song, his biggest song. Have you heard that interview?
Nah.
It doesn't matter how he died. Did he die from the vaccine? Who knows? It's that Coolio was. Who's that, Eric?
Yeah, I'm back. I got
Are you
dropped
back,
the
Eric?
hell out.
I thought we were just talking shit about you.
I
Right
know.
on.
I was like playing guitar, and you're like
Yeah.
pointed at your guitar, and
Dude,
fuck.
we didn't hear your fucking guitar. The fucking guitar don't even wait. Just pick up the guitar and play that motherfucker.
You scared the spirits away.
No one wants to hear you talking. Just start playing.
Really?
Or we want to
Good to
hear
see
you
you all,
talk.
man. Good,
He's
good to
pretty
see you all.
funny.
I'm going
He's
to charge
pretty
my
funny.
phone. I'm going to get some stuff done around the house now, too.
All right,
Again.
Grub. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was a pleasure.
Grub,
having
thank you.
Do it again another
Thank
time,
you.
buddy.
Oh,
Hey, Grub, sorry for running you away.
No.
Come back.
Three
Grub,
and a half
come
hours.
back.
No,
Don't
I'm gonna go.
forget it. Next
Take care,
time,
brothers.
show us your face.
You do. What of me?
That's why they want to show my face. I'm like, oh my God.
Look at this ugly bastard that's suddenly joined the show.
I know, right? But dude, I'm like, all I did was flip my phone, and all of a sudden and then I can't jump back on, you know? I'm just like, what
You're
the?
on here now. What do you want to say?
What do I want to say?
Yeah.
Okay. You wanted to rhyme, the world is gay. You know?
You have anything to say?
You want me to say that the world is gay? Well, okay, I guess I can make it that way.
It does seem to be heading in that
Me
direction.
and Eric get along so well. Me and Al and Eric, we get along so good.
The world
Now
becomes
your friend Al is beyond
Down,
conception.
down, 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 down. We play good music sometimes. I like it.
That's what Kurt Cobain said. He said, "Everyone is gay."
Well, you know, that's what makes the world go round, right? You gotta have cryptic souls to make the other cryptic souls have some cryptic soul.
Play us
What
some
does that mean?
goddamn guitar. What are you doing? Dancing on a pole over there?
Well, trying to play some goddamn bouncing guitar.
Here we
Show
go.
us a picture of your guitar. Let's see.
What kind of guitar is that?
Badass, dude. That guitar is the
LTD.
shit right there.
It's an LTD.
Oh, LTD, nice.
It's got active pickups. I got that Kurt Hammett right here, but it's got the active pickups. My strap fell off. I quit playing it for a minute. But yeah, I got, thing I love most is this new goddamn Johnson amp I picked up, man. This fucking thing's nice. It's a 1998. Like, freaking, I just sold my Yamaha drum set. It was 1996 I bought. So 30-something fucking years ago. This thing's so cool. I'm probably going to lose my shit again on here. Am I still there with you guys?
Yeah, we see it.
All right. So, Daniel, I like your thing of the round table,
Thank you.
So, what do you want in like a theme song anyway? I mean, you've been playing my bull crap I've been trying to learn this shit for years, but I mean, what do you kind of want to hear? I want to do something for you, bro.
So something about Halloween, since this is our Halloween roundtable.
Interesting.
Todd's got the clowns, right?
Killer clowns.
Is that too loud?
No, it's fine.
Okay. So I can turn it down, I think. My volume knob is so old, I'm trying to get the scratchiness out of it. But let's put it on American Stack. I'm just trying to find like the cool sounds in here without, I can edit the shit out of this thing forever, but stop all the insanity. of what's come to be. These holidays within our soul. Stop the insanity of October. It's me. I like the skulls that I bury in my head. Stop the insanity.
Wow. Badass, dude. It's badass.
So, dude, that's just off the top of my dumb ass.
Keep it going. Yeah, let's hear another one.
All right. All right. I'm just like, all right. What are you talking? Halloween to me is a reality with the skulls in the dress and I believe I'm received with reality. I live with it.
Oh, I love that.
Dive right into my sin. I'll begin with the voice of choice. You got one down. Make your world all alive. Can I live inside? Going deep section of the world I live.
I love that shit.
Just like
How
that.
Wow.
So,
End of day.
fucking roll. Oh, I love it.
I'm in control. This world. I'm in control. This world. Oh, yeah. Live and die for me.
Oh, I love it. Omnicron. Just one dose and your life is gone. Omnicron now.
Oh, you want me to play the mask?
Mask song.
All right,
Mask
so
song.
Daniel, back in
When
the
I'm driving around,
okay,
you know I got my
ready?
mask on. Yeah, play that song. When I'm driving around, you know I got my mask on.
Your protection.
Mask all day.
Nowhere to go. I'm just here to let you
Got
know.
my mask on.
I'm safe with my mask on.
Gonna save your life.
Meant to keep you
Yeah, no, I got my mask on.
Omicron. Just one breath.
Omnicron. Just one breath and your life is gone. Omnicron now. Omnicron. Just one dose and your life is gone. Omnicron now.
Omnicron.
No, I got my mask on. Driving around in my car. My wife is telling me to be quiet. Probably a sign this Omnicron's out of control. It's getting crazy. Whoa. Oh, beautiful, Eric. Beautiful. Omnicron. Life is gone. Omnicron. Aliens now. Aliens. Aliens. They control your life. Above you.
I love the alien, Daniel.
That's cool as fuck.
This was
Is
given
that-
to me by Max Cole.
His name's Lucas.
That is so cool, Max Cole.
In the mail.
I love Max Cole.
I've made out with him several times.
You probably just head. Just head. Play some songs, Eric. Do you mind if Al plays a song, Daniel? Or Eric plays a song, Daniel? This is what I have to put up with. People that make me tell me I don't sing well. Now you can hear the fucking musicians behind our operation.
Yeah, so, you know, if you want something new,
If you want something good, then go to those guys. Light a lighter.
How much longer you got on your show? I don't want to interrupt anything else.
No, he's going as long as you. If you can provide entertaining content, he'll go.
Oh, entertaining
But
content.
second that you're done, he's out of here, and I don't blame him. I could see some lyrics behind that. If you can see how you put some lyrics in there. We rose up from the ground. We tried not to be plowed down. We tried to climb to the top of our atmosphere. And you were still here. There's nowhere left to go. Came back down to the world. We're connected to the earth. See how you do that?
Thanks for letting me play my guitar. I don't even know why the fuck I'm doing this live anyway, but
I like it.
We love it.
I'm glad you did.
You're helping us bring in that Halloween spirit.
I thought Daniel's guest, or not guest, but Grub was like a fucking super personality over there. You've turned out
that fucking guy doing this shit.
Yeah.
God, why
is that guy? Why is his
you know
name
what?
Grub?
I don't. Sorry, guys, but I don't call because I don't think I'm that smart with the world per se. But you know what? I know I am.
Everybody
come through my music a lot. Yeah, I'm more of a drummer. I've got 40 fucking years experience playing drums.
But we're
messing with guitar for a while. It's a bitch. Play guitar in the day. How about fucking in your neck?
Eric's been playing drums since he was a baby, and so he is master drummer. He's not. He didn't start with a guitar. He started with drums, but he's so musically talented that he picked up the guitar years ago.
All right, since we're here, let's show some business. My house is a mess.
Play some shit.
The show, I'm bringing it to a close pretty soon. Let's go ahead and do some final.
Okay, hold on, Daniel. Before you bring it to a close, let me show my drum set that I play on, right?
I want to give you guys both one more chance to say what you want to say, of course.
Are you pushing your limit, Daniel?
Okay, Daniel. Here's my kit. Here's my drums.
4 hours.
4 hours.
Ooh, beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Razorbacks.
Beautiful.
Yeah, custom drumstick. These fucking things well. Okay, 1 second. Okay, you're closing out. Here you go. Something like that.
Do we get it? Killer.
Did I blind your madness?
Where's the guitar? Play the guitar.
Oh, fuck all that. I'm done with this. He's closing out anyway, Todd. Call me after this.
Any last words, Eric? Any last words for the end of days?
Yeah, you have anything to say? Do you like Daniel's show?
Well, yeah, Daniel, but that whole goddamn interlude with the break, all I could hear was my cousin Todd. That's
Yeah,
what inspired me to sign up and go, Todd, shut up. Yeah, exactly why I signed up.
really? Shit. I didn't
No,
know
but no, the reason I signed up because I'm dumb, but I got some kind of insight on, I don't know, inner conscience, just being a million lives, you know, live my life to the fullest, and now I got, you know, a great life now, man. I'm happy. Got me a classic truck I'm driving.
How do you feel about Daniel using your music to start his show every episode?
Not very good about
You
it.
don't feel very good. God.
Not
That's our biggest selling point.
Daniel, that shit, dude. I was just like trying to learn this thing. I'm still doing the same. Okay, I'm still doing the same shit now as I did then, right? But it's better now.
All right,
better.
make a new song.
Dude, I'm never gonna be like a solo guitarist ever. I'm Mr. Riff. I'm all about beats.
Songs, and I'll keep playing them. I mean, I play the old ones, I play the new ones. They all go into the archive, and they get played get put on rotation.
You know,
Dude, can I just send you new stuff and you just play that instead?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, for a while.
Dude, if I'll write something about a roundtable, dude. I already have like major ideas throwing through my head. Is that what's your theme? What do you want, dude? It all boils down to what you want, Daniel. I'll create what the fuck ever what do you want?
Something about a round table and the Knights of the Round Table and Freemasons.
What's a round table? Knights of the Round Table. Freemasons.
Something badass. Just, I mean, not about him, but let's take him out. That might be construed as racist. So nothing about Nazis. Never mind.
Hey, no, fuck that, dude. I'm a Hitler hater.
All right.
Hitler hater. No, hey, I believe that's what I write about shit from the soul, okay? I know Todd probably saying it's something we kind of threw together about, are you ready? Blah, 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 you know? That's like, no, dude.
Let's just
kind of why I'm glad I'm here. I get it.
Are you ready?
Something about dragons and the end of the world. Wizards. The typical metal topics. The gods.
Hey, maybe scroll back through some of the. Daniel, let me tell you something a little bit about myself. Dude, I just do the shit. I'm dyslexic. I got a memory about as long as my little wiener. You know? Every time I pick up the guitar, it's something different. But that riff I first played, that I kind of like that, and that stuck with me. And that's like being with drums my whole life. If I hear something I like, I work on that and I develop it. But dude, I love input though, bro. I can, you know, everybody's got their own mind and the way they think. And dude, it's your show. Throw me the roundtable idea. Show. Throw me the hammer thing, the metal, you know.
Where would you see someone like you on film?
And just people drowning and washing up the shore.
Also, I've got different kinds of tones and I'm learning to play.
That's why
I mean, do you want it metal? Because I'm basically a metalhead.
Tried to make the best end of days song.
Folk metal. Let's do folk metal. Like,
what's that?
You know what it is? It is what it turns out to be.
Okay, Daniel, ask my question. I'm just going to send you something, and you play it or not, because in all reality, dude, I can only fucking hit, you know. I do what I do, man. That's what you get, and as I go along, I get better at it. But
All right, but I have had a long day, guys, so I gotta close this out. Anything else, Eric?
Last words,
No, it's
Eric.
just cool to like come on here and like see my dumbass cousin and
Yeah.
his buddy he always talks about, you know?
I like those glasses.
Todd
Those are so
Bod.
stupid. Those glasses look. I love them.
My fat face.
Yeah, your fat face,
You're a
those
handsome
ugly
guy, Eric.
glasses.
Don't say that about
It's very nice.
But no,
Very
it's great, man. I'm gonna try to be on here in the future. Like I say, I don't know a lot about the world, but I can make some music about it.
Next time we're gonna make you play guitar the whole time, so get ready.
No, next time me and you're gonna get together and we're gonna fucking write a theme song for this goddamn show.
All right, Eric.
All
Thank you so much for calling in. I hope to see you again next week or on our next roundtable. You have a good night, buddy.
Right on. Thank you, sir. King of the world.
King
Todd,
of the world.
you're
Rock
third.
out.
I'm second. You're third. I'm second. Ta-da. Bye.
King of the podcast. Thanks.
Boom, baby.
All right, Todd. Now it's your
I
turn,
know.
buddy.
Wow.
I'm tired here. What
All
you
right,
got?
we're done. I'll
30
give you 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah.
30
Cool to
seconds.
hear from Eric. Weird, wild Australian guy.
Grub.
The other guy, Grub.
Let's
The
not
other
forget about
guy,
Nate.
Nate. Incredible.
Good time.
Fucking A.
And to think, this was all done spontaneously. This literally happened
On the
because
fly.
what was it? Wednesday or Thursday? You were like, "You're gonna do a show," and I was like, "Huh? Am
Come
I?"
on, man. Let's do
Fucking
this.
roundtable. We don't
God,
need.
Grub is
mean-
like just listening to Grub's like sitting next to a college professor. Right
Yeah.
on, Grub.
There's a
Bring
reason
it.
I wanted to bring Grub on this roundtable. I scouted this guy out. I heard him on another show I was doing. I was like, "Holy shit, this
That's
dude is
cool.
good shit." And I want to have him back on again as well because he is one smart. You know, we both already said that he's one smart motherfucker.
I love that. Wow. Very. This is highbrow. Even though my cousin come in the end, fucking around like we do,
Exactly.
playing some instruments.
And you,
I want him to come on.
it was great having Eric. It was great having yourself. You contribute so much to this program, whether it's music or it's generating some hype or it's
Whatever spirit we're trying to present. You know,
some of the guests on the show.
You know, Daniel, your show is fucking dark and it's positive, negative.
Ooh.
It's in the gray zone, right? But it's fucking it produces positive effects. So
From dark to light, and then to dark again, and then to light again, and then back to dark, and then back to
and I
light.
know your heart. You're not so your good outweighs your evil on that scale.
Yeah, just barely. Just barely.
Just barely.
But
in that
hey,
gray zone.
by the my heart will be lighter than a feather by the time it's all over.
The
Watch out for the
Egyptians,
skin of my
when you
teeth.
went to heaven, they claimed that someone would be there to weigh your heart. And if you were stricken with regrets, your heart weighed heavier and you might not get to heaven.
What do you want
That's
everybody? What do you want everybody to think about this Halloween? Vampires and goblins. And
I want everybody to get super scared because we're probably gonna all die. I mean,
True.
let's just come to facts. World
Very
War
true.
III is on our doorstep.
Man,
Warmongers, war pigs
Famine.
run our world.
Crazy monsters that rampage through the streets, just eating people and killing people.
Now that I heard they were giving Russia 1 trillion or Ukraine $1 trillion a day, bailing out banks, just arming, just getting ready for this giant operation.
All right,
World
Tom.
War III.
Last word, buddy. We're hitting the 4 mark.
Oh, I love you, my man. Keep doing this.
Much love all around.
Keep doing this. All right. Peace.
Love you guys. Love you, Todd. Have a good evening, buddy. All right. That was Todd the Bod. Holy crap, what a roundtable show we had tonight. Spontaneous, a different mix of guests, a different mix of roundtablers, and you just never know who's going to show up. Grub was amazing. Todd was amazing. Eric, Nate, all the people that joined us through the chat, commented through the chat. And we are just getting started. This is Halloween 2022. You know, this is every year it's a new rededication to make this the best, not just the best podcast, but the best and most entertaining show, the best and most entertaining platform that exists, period. Because I'm very competitive and I want to be the best, and I already am the best, but I want to be the best of the best, and I want to even beat my past best self, because I just have to compete with myself from now on, because there's no competition left. That's how good I am. But furthermore, wow, Mariners. Oh my God, who would have thought they wouldn't only make it to the playoffs, but they would actually pass the first round and win that wild card series. I didn't think it, but now I think it. There's no limit to how far we can go this season. And you know, I hear a lot about people that are into conspiracy, truth topics, fringe topics. They don't care for sports very much. It's a distraction. It's just a bunch of idiots worshiping their teams. It's gladiator games, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not going to argue with you if that's your perspective. I would never do that. But wait until your team actually starts doing good and see if you have the same attitude, or if you just have a bunch of sucky teams, or you just aren't into it. Like there's someone in your household that's into it, and you just can't stand the time that they spend on it, that type of thing. Wait until your team, doing something you like actually does good, or your favorite fighter or your favorite wrestler. Wait until they do good and have that type of success, and that's just it's a high you can ride. I don't think there's anything wrong with watching professional sports or keeping track of them. The Illuminati is everything. It's in our language. It's in the workplace. It's in the judicial. It's in entertainment and media. It's in our books. So there's no real escaping it. Like if you're watching a football game, you're not doing anything worse than somebody that's playing a video game, or somebody that's doing something else. Anybody that's doing anything other than organic farming or fishing or hunting or doing something of the earth. I suppose that's the best possible use of your time, would be living off the land, or maybe spending your time reading about ancient technologies. Love the talk about magnetism and electricity tonight. That's just so fascinating. I was a little tired from the week and tired from the day. It was a big playoff game today, but I love doing the show because it always raises my vibration. Like if I'm not in the best of spirits, I do the show, and the next day I'm like, whoa, that's what I needed, bruh. That's what I needed. I needed some high vibratory thinking. I needed some higher alignment. I needed to get my head out of the mud. I do this show and I just feel fucking awesome. This is a very, very vibration raising show and a very vibration raising audience. So keep vibrating high. And everybody out there, I will promise to see you next week. I will, if I don't see next week, I'll see you the week after. I'll do whatever I can to keep this show chugging along into the future. Things keep getting weirder and weirder. And like I said, I'm rededicating. We're going to bring you the best guests, the best roundtable discussions, and the best pasta of any podcast. And we'll even throw in pancakes too, because this show is literally hotcakes. I love you guys. Everybody out there, love you. You are the wind beneath my wings. You're the reason I do this. The feedback I hear about this show, people telling me they miss this show. It's so unique. It's so fun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will see you guys next time. Good night.